It's another beautiful baseball night in Cincinnati where the Braves try to make it 2 straight over Cincinnati. And all your long Braves baseball is brought to you by Academy Sports and Outdoors. The right stuff, the low price every day. And speaking of 2 in a row, that's what Mike Minor hopes to win. He is back in rotation for the Braves, coming off an outstanding performance last time out against the Oakland Athletics. And we welcome you back to the Great American Ballpark with Joe Simpson. I'm Chip Carey. The Braves road trip off to a rip-roaring start. They're 3-1 on it so far. They shellacked Cincinnati last night, and MVP candidate Justin Upton has had a marvelous month of August.
I made a point to go over and say hello to him today in the clubhouse and say, hey, just stay hot because this is fun to watch. He's tearing it up. He's getting great at-bats. He has been patient. He has been getting in good hitters' counts. And then when he's had a man on base in scoring position, he has not failed to get those runners in. 12-game hitting streak, 18 RBIs in those 12 games. That's a big difference maker.
It is a big difference maker for a man who might be the MVP in the National League this year. There are a lot of worthy candidates, but boy, you shudder to think where the Braves would be without Justin Upton anchoring the middle of this Braves lineup.
All of these guys are very worthy. They're putting together good years. However, let's remember that there is already an MVP award for pitchers, and it's called the Cy Young Award. But when you measure up Justin's numbers against everybody else, he's certainly right in the mix.
And hopefully he'll continue his hot hitting indeed as he faces a Reds ball club that's in complete and total collapse right now. But they have a tough one going tonight, Matt Latos.
Matt Latos, coming back from the disabled list, has pitched pretty well. In his last 4 games, he's been very good. We'll tell you more about that as we get started.
Hopefully the good times will continue for the Braves on the road. Plenty of big happenings, including the big man being in the house. Bud Selig, the commissioner of baseball, is here in Cincinnati, ready to kick off the All-Star festivities for 2015. And Jen will talk about that after this.
Let's
is brought to you by AT&T Uverse, Ford, Delta Airlines, and Synovus, the bank of here.
It's a hot night in Cincinnati, and the Braves
bats were hot last night in the series opener. Hope we'll see a little bit more of that tonight in Game 2. Hi, everybody. I'm Jen Hildreth from the Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati, and there was certainly a special feel around this city today. There were 20 couples who got married on the field just a few moments ago, part of I Do on the Diamond, but there also was a special ceremony going on in town and a very special guest. Commissioner Bud Selig has said he wants to try to visit every ballpark this year. He's about halfway through, and part of what brought him here to Cincinnati today was the opening of the Urban Youth Academy. And he said he was so proud to see that happen, help get the youth involved. Also got to see Hall of Famer Joe Morgan honored with his own street sign here in Cincinnati. And look, even Hall of Famers can get emotional. But afterward, Commissioner Selig was able to spend some time with the media, answer questions, one of which asked about speeding up the game and specifically about possibly adding a pitch clock.
I don't think it's time for it. Look, I love the sport the way it is. Doesn't have a clock, timeless. There's something really extraordinary about it. However, I don't want to minimize it. I am concerned about it.
The commissioner went on to say after that he didn't think that the pitch clock necessarily was the answer, but he did think there were other ways they could go about speeding up the game. So that'll certainly be something interesting to keep an eye on. But hey, let's get back to the business at hand, shall we? We've got a baseball game to play. The Braves ruled the Reds last night 8-0. Now we'll see what the Bravos and Mike Minor can do in Game 2. First pitch is just a few minutes away. Chip and Joe will have the call.
You don't just want this. You
Game 2 of our 4-game set. Friday Night Braves baseball on Fox Sports South is brought to you by Blimpie. Atlanta 3-1 so far on the road trip. Here's how Freddie Gonzalez lines them up against right-hander Matt Latos. Starting 9 is always presented by Toyota. Different look at the top. Hayward first. Emilio Bonifacio gets the start in center. Red-hot Freddie Freeman. In fact, all the Braves in this lineup have good numbers against Matt Latos. Gerald Laird gets the start to try to help Mike Minor through this bandbox of a ballpark. And Matt Latos, another man that missed a lot of time with injury this year for the Reds, Joe.
Yeah, he was on the DL with right elbow problem, then hurt his knee in spring training. Cost him a lot of games. But take a look at what he's done since he's come here from the Padres to the Reds. At this ballpark, tough pitcher's park, 20-6 in 41 starts with an outstanding ERA and a very low batting average against. 6'6", 245. He's just 26 years old and already has 6 years in the big leagues out of Coconut Creek, Florida. His 4 keys to pitching success, well, this elbow injury has knocked down a little velocity. Can he get it back up to 95? Yes, on occasion. But he mostly sits around 91, 92, which is a little down for him from when he first came up. But as was described to us, one of the things about Matt Latos is that on nights when he doesn't have his best stuff, he's one of the guys on their staff that can figure out how to get by with less than his best.
And Cincinnati desperately needs him to take the ball deep tonight. They have really had to use their bullpen a lot. They made another roster move earlier today. One thing that's been a constant is outstanding defense. The Reds have the best defense in the National League. Different look on the left side of the infield. Slick fielding shortstop. Zach Cozart gets the start. Chris Negron is at third base. Todd Frazier moves across to first with left-hander Mike Minor on the hill tonight. So we covered a lot of ground there before the first pitch. Let's see if the Braves can cover some ground on the base paths and knock off Latos and the Reds. First pitch, a line drive to left, and we're off and running. A 5-game hitting streak for Jason Hayward.
It didn't take long.
Nope. His third hit of the series. It's 83 degrees. But, Professor, I know you're watching from above. It feels like 90.
Yeah, it does.
Here's your umpiring crew for Game 2. They shuffled them again. Scott Berry has the plate. Laz Diaz at first. Mark Carlson and Jeff Nelson, the rest of the crew. Emilio Bonifacio bats at .275. A couple of homers, 18 knocked in. Showed bunt and took a strike.
During this good run the Braves have been on, we talked about this last night, has been their ability to score early. Getting guys on base and getting them around and giving the pitchers a little room to breathe.
Braves led 6-0 after 3 and cruised to victory last night. And fouled over the screen straight back toward us.
This is only Latos' 13th start of the year. Has not had that many base stealing attempts against him, but they are runners are 5 for 6 against him. That was a pretty good quick slide step just now that he delivered.
And Joe, your point about early runs. In the first 4 games on this road trip, the Braves have scored 17 runs in innings 1, 2, and 3.
That's great.
And ground ball toward first. Frazier with a backhanded stab. And Bonifacio, a tough man to double up, is doubled up. And the bases are empty for Freddie Freeman.
Very nice job by Frazier, who you're used to seeing at third base. He gave a quick feed to Cozart, and Cozart gave him time to get back to the bag and still got Bonifacio. Well done.
Just the second double play ball in 317 at bats for Bonifacio. So didn't see that coming. And Latos works against Freddie Freeman. And just off the plate. Freeman's pushing that average closer and closer to 300. He has 5 hits on the road trip so far. And last night, an odd night at the plate. He was hit by a pitch twice. He walked, struck out twice, but still scored 2 runs.
Fastball right now 88 to 92 or 3. And again, as I said, he can still bump it up a little higher on occasion. Slider and a curve and a change.
Latos came over from the Padres, a huge deal. After the 2011 season, the Reds sent Yonder Alonso, Brad Boxberger, Yasmani Grandal, and Edinson Volquez to the Padres for Latos. And Matt has won 14 games in back-to-back years here with the Reds.
Let's take a look at our Georgia lottery hitting the jackpot. That's the case for a lot of the guys in this lineup against Matt Latos. Take a look at this. As a group, a 484 average, 12 extra base hits. That includes 3 doubles and 6 RBIs for Freddie Freeman, who's 7 for 12 against him.
So Latos knows that, I'm sure. His payoff pitch is hit in the air toward left, and that's going to get down. A 2-out hit for Freddie Freeman, who's now 9 hits away from the National League lead in hits. Danny Murphy of the Mets leads with 154. That's number 145 for Freddie, and it brings up Justin Upton here in the first inning. One of Justin's 84 RBIs have come this month. And we still have a lot of games left this month.
Sure do.
22 RBIs is the most for Upton in any major league month. And upstairs, ball 1.
One of the things that has historically been an issue for Matt Latos has been his composure. He can really get upset with himself. If a break goes against him, he can let it rattle him. Already mad about that base hit by Freeman. But his last 4 starts, outstanding. 2-0 with a 270, and the other 2 starts that he got no decision were blown saves. He left with the lead.
Speared by Latos. And Upton and the Braves are out of luck in the first inning. No runs, 2 hits, a man left. Mike Minor goes to work in a scoreless first. Raring to go tonight in Game 2 here in Cincinnati. Nice crowd has gathered at the Great American Ballpark. Reds are having an awful time since the All-Star break. They are 10-23 and have fallen way back in the National League Central. Todd Frazier moves up to the 2nd spot and moves across to first base. He's been a hot hitter for Brian Price in his Toyota starting lineup. Got to keep an eye on Billy Hamilton. He can really run. He was hitless last night, hit the ball in the air a lot. You'd like to see that happen even in this bandbox. And Mike Minor, a man known, Joe, for giving up home runs, has actually pitched pretty well in this ballpark. And he's pitched well against the National League Central, as you see in his career. 24 starts, 12-5. He's 5-8 this year overall with a 5.16 ERA. And 2-1 lifetime against the Reds, as you said, with a low ERA in the 3s. 1-1 here. However, as we go to the 4 keys to pitching success, number 1 tonight, speed at the top.
63 total stolen bases between Hamilton and Frazier. Got to keep them off the sacks if you can. But walks and homers in the 2 starts here in this ballpark. 13 innings pitched, 7 walks, 5 home runs. Can't do that and win tonight.
Even with a club that has lost 6 consecutive games as the Reds have. Here's Atlanta's defense. Different look up the middle. Gerald Laird catches. Bonifacio plays center, and Tommy La Stella in at second base with the right-hander on the hill for the Reds. So the pace of the game might be set by Billy Hamilton. It certainly was last night. Hamilton went 0 for 4 with a strikeout. And 3 balls hit in the air. He beats one into the ground. Simmons has to load up. Strong arm and got him by a step. 1 pitch, 1 out.
Love it. Like I said, he's trying to be more aggressive. He's trying to attack the hitters. And in the last 2 starts, that has proven to be the case. Not nibbling near as much. Great outing against Oakland his last time out. A 4-3 win, 7 innings, 2 runs allowed. They were both solo homers.
Todd Frazier hits. He's 5th in the league with 21 homers. And he showed bunt and took a ball. This Reds club has been ravaged by injuries this year. That explains some of their trouble in the standings. 15 players have made 19 appearances on the DL. And Frazier's hurting. He has a sore back, but has to play through it because so many other Reds principals are also hurting, most notably Joey Votto.
A little pressure off of him tonight to play first base. Maybe that'll help him.
Downstairs, 2 balls and a strike. Frazier, then Brandon Phillips. Devin Mesoraco, I beg your pardon, is their catcher and cleanup hitter. Another chance at short. Andrelton's got it. And Frazier is out number 2. Early sign, good for Minor, getting the ball on the ground. And here's Phillips. 3 at-bats for Phillips last night. His 3rd was his best. He doubled in the 6th inning.
Unlike Latos, Mike Minor facing this lineup, there's no one in the lineup that has done much damage against him except the guy who's batting 8th, Zach Cozart, who has a couple of homers off of him.
A strike. Phillips not sure about that. Phillips missed a lot of time. Surgery on his thumb. He tore a ligament. Three hits and 15 at bats since coming off the disabled list. And that is out of play to the right. It's 0-2. Might need some stickum for the glove. Seen a couple ricochet off the leather here in the first. No harm, no foul, however. 1 ball, 2 strikes. That's too high, and now a full count. First deep count of the game for the Braves lefty. Mesoraco on deck. He's the Reds catcher and has 20 homers. like it stung the hand.
Yeah, I think that hurt. Big, hard swing on a pitch out away from him, which put a little more stress on that bottom hand. And immediately took it off the bat.
Bryce Harper's dealing with that. Brandon Phillips is dealing with that. And the 3-2 is grounded to short. Simmons fields and fires. Phillips' left hand is barking. And Mike Minor off to a good start. 3 ground ball outs to short. Sends us to the second with no score.
The Georgia Lottery, Toyota, and AT&T, mobilizing your world.
A fairly quiet first inning here in Cincinnati as we head to the second. And as we do, a couple of changes to the Braves lineup tonight. One of those, Tommy La Stella, who is on deck right now playing second base. Essentially, La Stella and Goslin have split the starts there over the last 10 games. But talking to Freddie Gonzalez before the game, he said it's not a platoon. It's just a feel thing. He really likes both of his rookies. Says he feels like they each bring something different. You saw last night, Goslin had a great hit and he got a good run to come around the bases. He laid down a nice bunt for that hit as well. And then he said when La Stella's up at the plate, he's a guy who can draw a walk. He can line one to the gap. Now, La Stella has struggled recently. He is just 2 for 20 over the last 10 games. So certainly the Braves would like to see him get going with the bat a little more.
All right, Jen, thanks. Nice to know what Freddie's thinking is about Goslin and La Stella. Nice problem for a manager to have. 2 talented kids who can play the infield for you. And both, for the most part, have been very impressive offensively. See what La Stella does. After Chris Johnson leads off the second inning. Chris 1 for 5 with an RBI last night.
It's a very nice problem to have. La Stella and Goslin. One hit in the 270s, one in the 290s.
Quickly 0-2 for Chris Johnson. 9 homers, 55 knocked in. Chris has 2 hits against the Reds this year. And that barely missed. Anytime the Reds acquire a pitcher from another organization, you wonder how they'll fare in this park. That's what made those numbers that you showed about Leto so incredible. He came from arguably the best pitching park in baseball to one of the worst, I would think.
Yeah,
and hasn't missed a beat with Cincinnati at home.
No, he's pitched really well here. And a 59 and 43 overall mark in the big leagues.
Lined out of play foul. And to the point about the bandbox nature of this park, The last 26 games played head-to-head between the Reds and Braves, there have been a total of 76 homers hit, including one last night by Andrelton Simmons. That, as you said so eloquently, is a lot. And up and in. Johnson barely got out of the way. That was close.
I thought I heard it hit something. Maybe it was the glove.
How did that miss him?
I don't know. I mean, that came right across his collarbones.
If Chris's last name were Robertson of Duck Dynasty fame, he'd be at first base. It would have shaved the beard.
Yeah, it would have clipped it.
By. And you'll see an 8th pitch from Latos here in the 2nd inning. To second, Phillips has it. Brandon Phillips, a good offensive player, excellent defensively too. 85 straight games without an error, which is a new career mark. And he's off to a good start tonight. Tommy La Stella, the hitter.
I'm sorry, there was one of those 95-mile-an-hour pitches from Latos that he breaks out on occasion. But here's our Academy Sports and Outdoor leaderboard. Rookie averages. 2 guys that are in this game, La Stella and Hamilton. And 3 of those players belong to the Arizona Diamondbacks. David Peralta has really been impressive since he came up.
A strike to Tommy. Up and over the screen. It's quickly 0-2. It's always great to see young kids like this get to the big leagues and have early success, and then you look at their bio and you think, man, we're getting old. La Stella was born January 31st, 1989. One ball, 2 strikes.
Last night it seemed like every time one of the Reds pitchers, either Holmberg or later Villarreal, got a hit in the count, it took forever for them to get to a pitch of decision, either for a walk or a base hit or having the ball put in play.
This is what Tommy does so very well. He can foul off tough pitches, prolong at bats. Makes very consistent contact, I should say. Only 35 strikeouts and 256 at bats. The middle, Cozart, terrific defensive shortstop, makes the play. And Latos has a couple of ground outs. And here's Andrelton. Andrelton started the scoring last night. He hit his 7th home run.
Got a big high breaking ball, and that was the beginning of the problems for David Holmberg.
Reds lefty lasted 2 2/3 innings, allowed 6 runs, and was sent back to AAA today. And a strike. It's 0-1. 7 homers, 43 knocked in for Andrelton.
launches this one toward left. And Ludwig drifts over, took an odd route, and he miscommunicates with Hamilton. And Simmons will slide into second base on a gift. Ludwig and Hamilton got their wires crossed, and a rare Reds defensive lapse puts Simmons at second with 2 out.
He was obviously the closer to it. I didn't see Hamilton rooting for it, calling for it. And again, here's one of those breaks for Latos that can sometimes get him sideways. Andrelton, I'm glad to see that he got to second base because he was not running. He's not running hard like he can.
Nobody touched the ball. That's ruled a double. And Lair, the 8th place hitter, will be walked intentionally. Mike Minor will come up with 2 on and 2 out. So the Braves hope to score in this inning. If they don't, the moral victory is they clear the pitcher and could start the 3rd with the top of their order clean.
This is an intentional pass, of course, but Latos walked 3 his last time out in 5 innings against Colorado. Again, another blown save, but he left with the lead even though he just pitched 5 innings. But that was at Coors Field. Struck out 7.
Well, let's see if Mike can help himself. Aaron Harang did the other night in Pittsburgh with an RBI hit. It too came in the 2nd inning, so maybe lightning will strike for the Braves lefty here. Ball 1 low.
Nobody holding Simmons close. If Mike can dump one in somewhere, Andrelton should be able to get a good lead.
Braves have made Latos work in this 2nd inning. This will be his 24th pitch. And it missed. Now Latos with a long look in.
Second time he's had that look at Scott Berry. Let's look at our PNC Bank pitch tracks. Had a reason to be upset. Letter high strike. Berry hearing it from the Reds dugout.
Three balls and a strike. He just walked the pitcher after an intentional walk. And Latos is hot. And you're right, Joe. He has come unglued a bit after that dropped fly ball fell between Ludwig and Hamilton. And now the Braves in business with Hayward up there and the bases loaded.
When a team makes a mistake like that and lets a ball drop, and a guy like Latos, how great is it to run up his pitch count after the mistake so that he's having to work that much harder? He's going to come close to 30 pitches this inning.
Yeah, he's 25, 26. Yeah, he's at 25.
Ludwig was looking at Hamilton. I'm not sure why he thought. I guess because Hamilton kept jogging over there and he just thought he was going to take it. But it didn't look like Hamilton ever called for it.
Well, a great chance here for Hayward, who singled on the first pitch he saw tonight. He's got the bases loaded. Ball one. As Joe mentioned, so many of these Braves hitters have liked what they've seen from Matt Latos. Whoa, Mesoraco might have been crossed up. How about that awkward stab?
This team is kind of like a keg of dynamite right now. They're playing poorly. They can't get any hits. They're frustrated. There was talk about a confrontation between Latos and Jay Bruce earlier in the week that had to be broken up. So when things start piling up like this, it's not a pretty sight.
2-0 pitch. Hayward made him throw a strike. He did. All bets are off now with Simmons at third, Laird at second, and Mike Minor, the Braves pitcher, at first. All of this happening with 2 out. Downstairs.
This pitch has really got to be in a small place for Jason. He's got to look for a zone, get it in the zone to hack at it. Otherwise, take your chances with the next one.
And that one grazed the outside corner. So the runners will go 3-2.
Yeah, he may have gotten a makeup call there. I don't know. PNC pitch tracks. You're right. Raised it. Might be one of those 95 fastballs.
Runners go. Hayward broke his bat. Frazier at first will make the play, and that retires the side. The barrel ended up in the first row of seats. Atlanta threatens. They load the bases but can't break through. Still scoreless. He loaded the bases after his defense let him down, but he broke Hayward's bat with the bases loaded and has kept the game scoreless as the Reds come up here in the second inning.
There was something said, though. He fired a shot across the bow of Scott Berry as he walked off, and then Mesoraco, his catcher, kind of got in the, I don't want to say got in the face of the umpire, but kind of got in between them as like a buffer as Latos was walking off, and then Brian Price, the manager, came out and also talked to the manager, and I think to try to calm things down. Wasn't ugly, wasn't bad, but it was something that stirred up the home plate umpire.
So Mike Minor back to work with the 4, 5, and 6 hitters coming up for Cincinnati. Grandparents and grandchildren, the Braves invite you to come out for some special ballpark bonding time on Grandparents' Day when the Braves take on the Phillies Monday, September 1st. Each package comes with a special discounted ticket, a commemorative Grandparents' Day t-shirt, and access to a post-game Stroll the Bases event. Go to Braves.com/grandparents today.
Mesoraco still talking to Barry. You know, Latos is a piece of work. They knew what they were getting when they traded for him. They got a great talent, a guy with a good arm, and also a guy who can stir it up.
Well, they got out of the mess. Now we'll see if the Reds bats can put him in front. Mesoraco, Bruce, and Ludwig are coming up. It was a long chat with Mesoraco and Scott Barry as he took his place in the batter's box in this inning. And you could see from our center field camera shot, Gerald Laird was paying very close attention to what was being asked and answered, because he can use that information to help his pitcher too. To third, Chris Johnson backs up a step and fires a strike. 4 ground ball outs for Minor to start tonight.
It's nice to see, isn't it? Talked last night on Braves Live after the ball game about the importance tonight for Mike to keep the ball down. So far, so good.
Here's Jay Bruce. Disappointing year for the Reds right fielder. And Joe, you had some great numbers on one of the issues for the Reds. They have maybe had too much Gold Star chili. The home cooking hadn't been so good for them. I mean, it's just a theory.
Yeah, it might be. He is, over his last 15 home games with some of that chili, he's 8 for 55 and 1 RBI.
That's almost impossible, you'd think. 1 RBI and 55 at bats in this place?
Well, you and I have got the day off tomorrow, so that's just a good reminder for me to stay away from that chili.
Yeah. 0-2 to Bruce, who takes high. But this young man is a very talented player. I mean, an elite offensive outfielder. But like many of his mates, he's having a down year. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And Minor struck him out. First strikeout for Mike tonight.
Boy, good breaking ball. Dropped down there below the knees.
I loved what Mike said after his start against Oakland when talked about, as you said, his aggressive pitching, how he's attacking hitters. Mike was quoted as saying, "I have a different mindset. Nothing bothers me anymore."
That's a good
quote.
Yeah, because I think the home runs were getting in his head a little bit. And then after the skip start, working on a couple of things, mechanical things with Roger McDowell, he looks more like himself. And it may be just me, I'm not sure about this, but it just seems like more fastballs. Not worried so much about his new cutter or as many breaking balls.
Fly ball to right. Hayward is there. He'll stay on the grass. And Mike Minor's first fly out softly into the glove of Jason Hayward. 6 up, 6 down for Mike Minor. Bonifacio, Freeman, and Justin Upton, our Delta Airlines on deck trio in a scoreless game.
has been pretty mighty offensively lately. Justin Upton coming up pretty soon for the Braves, and Justin can do more than just swing the bat, though. He showed off a little bit last night in the outfield. In fact, this is going to be our SunTrust shining moment, and let's take another look at it. If you missed it last night, here's what you need to see. Devin Mesoraco looks like he's going to knock this one out of here, or at least off the wall, and Justin shows some hops, gets up and grabs it, steals that one away. Julio Teheran says, yes, sir, thank you very much. And then there was another attempt at going up over the wall to catch a ball. Yes, at the Reds Hall of Fame Museum. That is yours truly. I think that was a pretty awesome catch.
I do
personally.
Too.
It was fun out there. You guys got to see a lot of stuff. They have a great Hall of Fame museum here. A lot of interactive things that you can do. Got to throw some pitches, catch a ball up over the wall. You guys should definitely pay a visit next time you're in Cincinnati.
What'd they get you on the radar gun, Jen?
Oh, I think I hit about 35.
Way to go.
And I bounced a strike over the plate.
Oh, okay. There's such thing as a one-hop catcher. You're just a one-hop pitcher. No trouble.
Well, maybe there's a 2-strike count.
Could have been. Yeah. Keeping the ball down.
Always a good idea here in Cincinnati. As Emilio Bonifacio takes a strike. You know, on Julio Teheran's glove, there's some script. I'm sure you've seen it a time or two in red script. Amo mi familia. Says, I love my family. That's what that means in Spanish. After that great catch by Justin Upton, Julio might need a new glove. Ground ball to first. Frazier's got it. Amo mi jardinero. And why not? Upton's playing great ball in the outfield. We haven't even talked about Julio Teheran's work last night. 6 innings of shutout ball, only 4 hits in this place.
Yeah.
Excellent work.
He's really pitched great against the Reds back in April, and here did not allow a run to them in 2 starts.
Freddie Freeman a hit. And another hit. That's 2 for 2. He's 9 for 14 against Latos now. Freddie was one of the more vocal Braves on the homestand, saying, look, we got to pick it up. We got to get going. He's not only talking the talk, but walking the walk. He is swinging a hot bat. 7 for 14 on the road trip now.
This may be one of those times where a pitcher needs to tell the hitter what's coming, because it isn't working the other way.
And so when Freeman's on, that means Upton's even more deadly. He's got a 12-game hit streak. And he's got a 13-game hit streak. Back-to-back base hits for the Braves, who threaten again here in the third, this time with 1 out. And the good offensive work by the Braves over the last 2 weeks is our Coors Light cold hard facts.
And those facts tonight, over the last 14 games, the Braves #1 in the National League in runs. How about them apples? Home runs are second, hits second, and extra base hits, plenty of those too.
After the 8-game winless road trip, if you said the Braves could turn around and do that, I'd have said there's no chance.
Well, right? Yeah, but like so many of the individuals, the team as a whole has been real streaky. Let's face it, they've had, let's just go back to that last road trip. You know, couldn't buy a hit with a guy in scoring position, and it was team wide. It wasn't just 1 or 2 guys. Now the hitting has become contagious, and everybody up and down the lineup swinging it great.
So a chance for Chris Johnson. He rolled out to second, his first and only time up. 2 on, 1 out. And he broke his bat and yanked it out of play, foul, and quickly 0-2. Latos has broken a couple of bats already tonight.
When your team is swinging the bat, scoring runs, it is really fun. You cannot wait to get to the ballpark. If you're scuffling, you're trying to figure out when you get to the ballpark, what am I going to do tonight to try to get going again? What have I got to try and square up to get this thing turned around? Braves did not take batting practice on the field tonight. The heat, humidity, a little respite tonight for that.
Nothing in 2 for Chris. And that was off the plate.
to me, Chris is so good 0-2. He's going to rack up and has racked up his share of strikeouts, but pitchers get ahead of him and they start trying to work something away, and it's like you're playing right into his hand going the other way.
That's pulled between third and short for a hit. Here comes Freeman to third. He'll stop. 3 straight singles for the Braves in the third inning. Loads the bases for Tommy La Stella.
That looked like a slider, but it stayed in the middle of the plate. You could see Latos' reaction. And again, it came on a 1-2 count.
Well, you've got the right man at the right time now. Tommy La Stella this year is 5 for 7 at the plate with the bases loaded. Second straight inning, Atlanta's had the sacks full. And that's taken high, ball 1. Let me correct that. It's 6 for 8 for La Stella. Pitch is towards short. Cozart diving stop. There's one at second. No chance to get a play at first. Cozart with a marvelous diving play. Rob La Stella of a hit. Freeman scores. Give Tommy his 28th RBI. Atlanta scores the first run of the game, but could have had so much more were it not for Cozart.
This guy doesn't get enough credit for his glove work. Andrelton Simmons, rightfully so. Brandon Crawford, rightfully so. There are some other guys in the National League that are outstanding shortstop, and this guy is one of them. But nobody talks about him too much, and he is really special.
If I had to guess why, 220-something batting average.
Yeah, that's part of it. That's part of it.
And that was a great play to prevent a 4th straight hit.
Looks like he's holding his left shoulder a little bit, like he extended it, hyperextended it a little bit, making that play.
Now Simmons cracks one to right. And that's caught by the ball boy, foul. No balls and a strike. Andrelton got a gift double in the second. He hit it between Ludwig and Hamilton. The ball dropped to the turf. His 14th 2-base hit of the year. I'd love to see him just serve one between first and second right here, with Frazier holding La Stella at first.
See him come off the mound like that, it probably sends shock waves through Brian Price. See him kind of working his left knee.
He had surgery on that knee. Heard it in spring training. That's another reason why Latos was late to the dance this year.
And it occurred during workouts, not in a game.
1-1 pitch is inside, ball 2. Oh, late time granted. Another reason for Latos to be irked with the home plate umpire.
That is very late.
Ground ball right side, but Phillips is there. And the throw to first retires the side. Atlanta breaks through 3 straight singles. Tommy La Stella made contact. That brought home Freddie Freeman. It's 1-0 Atlanta heading to the bottom of the third. fans, and they're liking what they see so far. 1-0 Braves. Mike Minor, 2 scoreless innings of work, and the bottom of the order coming up for Cincinnati. Bobby Cox bobblehead day is Monday, September 1st. The Braves and Phillies will hook up at Turner Field. Only the first 20,000 fans through the gates will get this one-of-a-kind souvenir. Get your tickets today at Braves.com or by phone 800-745-3000. Chris Negron leads off and takes a strike. Chris at .295, 4 homers. He's hit lefties well this year. A .417 average. 10 hits and 24 at bats. And that one bounced in front of the plate. And Laird pounced on that. Easy out. 7 up, 7 down for Minor to start the night.
That was a delayed reaction by everybody. I think Negron looked down and just thought it would be a foul ball right at his feet, but instead it was out in front of the plate. When he took off, then Laird had to pay attention. Take those kind of outs all day.
And here is Zach Cozart. Cue shot to the Reds dugout. 1 ball, 1 strike. Cozart was a 2nd-round pick back in 2007. This one popped up. Simmons will have a play. And Minor is dazzling. 8 up, 8 down. And Latos will be the hitter. He's 2 for 25 this year, 10 strikeouts. Notice Matt tapped the shin guards of Gerald Laird, but didn't do it to the umpires.
No, that's not a good idea anytime. You can nod or tip your cap, but I don't think I'd be hitting the umpire even on a good day.
No,
nope.
not to say hello. Hey,
nope.
how's it going?
No. Catcher's one thing, umpire's not. Some guys might do it, but most guys that do that sort of thing tap the catcher's shin guards maybe and just acknowledge the umpire with a nod or something. But Scott Berry might have interpreted that one especially in a different way.
Yeah, and Matt may have meant it a different way too.
Yeah.
The way things have gone for him so far.
I thought he was trying to kneecap him.
Yeah. Slow roller. Minor to his right. Field sets, fires, and got his man. Mike Minor's off to a terrific start. 9 up, 9 down. He leads by a run, and he's coming up in the Braves' 4th.
Presented by 5 Hour Energy, Georgia Power, The Home Depot, and Blimpie, celebrating 50 years.
1-0 Braves in Game 2 of the series. 2 more to follow here in Cincinnati. Saturday night and then Sunday afternoon. Then we're off to New York. Bit of a frustrating start for Matt Latos. He has not had it easy in his first 3 innings.
Started on this play in the 2nd inning. Fly ball should have been caught in the inning. And instead he had to work hard. A missed call by the umpire really frustrated him. Long look in there. Then on this play that ended the inning, watch him as he turns around. And that's what prompted Mesoraco to have to distract Scott Berry. Very temperamental and very good.
And down an early run after 3 tonight. Mike Minor, cool as a cucumber. 9 up, 9 down. Reds have not threatened against him yet. And here in the 4th, Laird, Minor, and Jason Hayward are coming up. Latos walked Laird intentionally to face Mike Minor and then promptly walked the Braves pitcher back in the 2nd. Then Hayward on a 3-2 pitch broke his bat and rolled out to end the threat. And that's high, ball 1. At the start of play today, the Braves are a game out of the National League wildcard chase. They're a game behind the Giants. And they're 3 games behind the Cardinals for the top wildcard spot. Atlanta hasn't lost sight of the division race. They are, however, 7 games behind Washington. But the news tonight is Washington's playing San Francisco. So Atlanta can gain ground on someone if Freddie Gonzalez's team can win.
Yep, that goes back to, I think it was a series with Oakland when Washington was playing the Pirates.
So, yeah, you can gain ground, but your first obligation, take care of your own business.
Got to win.
The game in Washington is led by the Nationals 1-0 in the 4th. That's Tim Hudson and Doug Fister.
Tim's always pitched well against the Nationals, but they are red hot.
Washington starts play tonight. Hottest team in the game. They've won 10 straight. And 5 of their last 6 victories have been walk-offs. They won last night on a throwing error. It scored Denard Span from second base on an overthrow. That was a 1-0 sweep of the Diamondbacks. Remember, though, the Braves have 6 head-to-head with the Nationals, so still a lot to be decided in the National League playoff race. 2-2 pitch. Bounced at the plate, foul. Laird took strike 3. And that is the first strikeout for Latos tonight.
This guy's 3 times a 14-game winner. His first full year with San Diego, he went 14-10 with a 2.92 ERA. And then each of the last 2 years with Cincinnati, 14-4 and 14-7. Last year's ERA 3.16.
Well, you can see what had the Reds excited about their pitching staff at the start of the year. Johnny Cueto, Homer Bailey, and Matt Latos. That's a pretty salty 1-2-3.
You bet.
As Minor drives one toward right. Back goes Bruce, and onto the warning track he goes to haul it in for the second out. And if you look at the Reds' pitching numbers this year, they've made 57 quality starts. Right? If I'm reading that right, 57-23.
Well, I know this. The rotation is third in the league in ERA. It's by and large their bullpen that's let them down and the lack of offense.
So 2 outs for Hayward. Bases empty for Jason. He's got a 5-game hitting streak, and here we are again. His offense really clicking for Atlanta. A lot of opportunities. Third at bat for Hayward. We're in the 4th inning.
The start of play after the All-Star break, Chip, they were at New York to play the Yankees, and they were 2.5 games out of first. And they promptly lost 7 in a row.
Hayward skies that one into shallow right center field. Hamilton speed. And what a great diving catch to Rob Hayward. That looked like it was going to drop. And like a blur, Billy Hamilton came diving in to rob Jason and send this game to the home 4th. That was a good play by the Red center fielder. 3 up, 3 down for the Braves. Top of the order coming up. 1-0 your score. Minor has a lead. He set down the first 9 men in order. Time for tonight's Home Depot tools from the dugout. We've been raving about the Braves starting pitching, and there's good reason why.
Take a look at this. Last 12 games, 3rd most run support for the starters. The previous 16 games, which included that 8-game road trip, the 3rd fewest runs of support. Gretchen looked it up for us, and the last time the Braves starting pitchers threw a pitch trailing in a game was in the 2nd inning last Sunday against Oakland when Mike Minor was pitching. Early runs again. We keep talking about that and how important they've been for the Braves and for the pitchers.
Mike doesn't have a lot, but the way he started, 1 has been enough so far. He's retired 9 in a row to start the game, and now Billy Hamilton leads off. He chopped 1 to short on the first pitch he saw tonight.
Look at this defensive alignment. Look where Freddie Freeman's playing for a leadoff hitter.
Now to play to the right side, foul, a ball and a strike.
The good thing, you mentioned this last night, Chip, about Billy Hamilton, as long as he's hitting the ball in the air, you'd be happy if you're the Braves. 0 for 4 last night, 3 fly ball outs and a strikeout. He did ground out his first time up tonight.
And the reason you want him to hit the ball on the ground, obviously, the blistering speed he possesses. 2012, between A and AA ball, he stole 155 bases. That's right, 155 steals. This ball hit in the air and deep. Hayward's back, and he's going to have room for the first out. 104 of those 155 steals, Joe, came in 82 games at Bakersfield.
Yeah, he broke Vince Coleman's all-time record.
He was a second-round pick in 2009 out of Taylorsville, Mississippi High School. He was going to play wide receiver at Mississippi State. And he's still a kid. He'll be 24 next month. But once he really figures out his offensive game, look out. He's already pretty impressive now. Here's Frazier. He too grounded out to short his first time up. He's 1 for 5 in the series. Dangerous pitch now for Frazier. 3 balls and a strike. And there's the first base runner of the night. Frazier walks. One of your keys. Walks and home runs. Not something you want to see with the heart of the order coming up. A 1-out free pass.
Yeah, and the last 2 pitches weren't close. May have tried to overthrow them a little bit.
Well, let's see how that thumb of Phillips is feeling. He got buzzed a couple of times. Was reaching for a pitch in his first at bat, fouled it off, and the left hand immediately came off the bat. He was flexing the fingers.
One of the other keys, Chip, was speed at the top of the order. It's not just Billy Hamilton. Todd Frazier. That surprised me when I saw that. But he's got 17 swipes this year.
He's 17 out of 23. Let's see what kind of lead he gets with Phillips in the box. Fly ball center. Bonifacio back a step or 2. And Frazier back to first for Devin Mesoraco. Mesoraco, another Red in a prolonged slump. 1 hit in his last 25 at bats. Mentioned earlier, he's hit 20 home runs this year, the most by a Reds catcher since Eddie Taubensee hit 21 back in 1999. Ball 1.
1999 was the last time the Braves had a winning streak of 4 games against the Reds. They're 4-0 against them this year.
Squibber out towards Simmons. Andrelton's got it. Low flip to second in time, and that retires the side. Mike Minor's not allowed a hit in his first 4 innings. He leads by a run with the heart of the Braves order due up in inning number 5. Joe and I are off tomorrow. Our pal Tom Brenneman will have the play-by-play action of Game 3 of this series. MLB on Fox Sports 1 returns. It's a doubleheader. Buster Posey and the Giants take on the Nationals. And then later on in the day, Freddie Freeman and the Braves face the Reds. Coverage begins at 3:30 Eastern on Fox Sports 1 and streaming live on Fox Sports Go. Good news to report in Washington. The Giants lead 3-2 now, as that game moves along to the bottom of the 4th inning at Nationals Park. Here it's 1-0. Atlanta will have Bonifacio, Freeman, and Justin Upton coming up. Braves have had the bases loaded twice in the game and have stranded 6 men. They scored their lone run on a ground out by Tommy La Stella. Bonifacio has pulled the ball to first base twice. Strike 1.
Negron at third base is in on the grass, but Frazier only about halfway at first base. Some room over there if he wanted to bunt.
Well, Mesoraco catches a lot of baseballs with the palm of the glove out. I wonder how many strikes he's cost his pitchers doing that. He's already been crossed up once in the game. It didn't amount to anything. And that last pitch wasn't exactly caught sure-handedly. Two balls, 2 strikes. Popped up. Negron, long run, still charging, sliding, try, great effort, but just out of reach.
Good try by the third baseman. He's been swinging a hot bat for him.
Yeah, the Reds are in the same position as anybody else. If you hit, you play. And he's in there tonight. 2-2 count. Off and knuckles back to the screen. And on the ricochet, Freddie Freeman will corral it and make a friend in the front row. Bonifacio went down swinging, and he's 0 for 3. That's the second strikeout for Latos. And Matt's retired 6 straight. He hasn't retired Freeman yet. Freddie's 2 for 2.
And 9 for 14 against him in his career.
Hard hit to left, but Ludwig makes the grab, and there's out number 2. I was just going to say, when your team is struggling offensively, it seems like your lineup never ever gets to the middle of your order. When you're swinging it like the Braves are, it's like Freeman, Justin, Johnson, LaStella, Simmons. They're up every inning.
Every inning. We were talking about that. Remember when the Braves were playing the Dodgers? It seemed like Adrian Gonzalez batted every other inning.
Well, we think Adrian Gonzalez and Justin Upton in the conversation for the MVP race in the National League. Odd statistical splits for Justin. April and August have been his best months as a Brave, although I think this year it's seemingly been a much more consistent offensive year for Justin. Been nearly as many peaks or valleys for his production at the plate. But if he's trying to finish strong, he is certainly holding up his end of the bargain. 21 RBIs this month. One away from his all-time monthly career high. 1-1 pitch. And yanked. Fair ball. That's headed down the line and headed for the corner. Ludwig didn't get a very good read on that ball, and Upton's on his way to third, and he'll slide in safely. I wonder if Ludwig thought that ball was foul, or if he got screened by the ball boy who couldn't get out of the way quickly,
or if he thought a fan touched it, because that's what the Reds infielders are saying. Down and in, he kept it fair. And that fan, I think, got it with his fingers. It kept it running along the railing there, along the wall.
So the 4 umpires will meet. And Brian Price out to ask for an explanation. If the fan did touch it, the ball would be dead, and Upton would have to go to second base. He wouldn't be allowed to move up 90 feet. And that ball was sizzled down the line for Upton's second hit of the game.
Well, he's got a 7-game hitting streak against the Reds dating back to last year. And over that stretch, he's now 14 for 23, make it 14 for 24. Jeff Nelson's the umpire at third base, and did it go over the bag? And he said it did. That is not eligible for appeal, but this fan, if that fan touched it, they can check on that.
Laz Diaz spent a long time talking with Matt Latos. He was a couple of feet away from the umpires who might have been chirping, and I think Laz went over to Latos and said, hey, we got this, calm down.
Yeah. Not that he would listen.
No. So
See if this gets redirected just a little bit here. Sure looked like it. Whether or not the umpires could see it, I mean, it's hard even for us to detect it on replay, but.
Now, fan interference was signaled by Jeff Nelson. The signal for the umpires is the crossed forearms, and I think.
Oh, I didn't see him do that.
Yeah, it happened during the replay.
Oh.
And now Brian Price is standing and talking with the umpires because Upton hasn't moved from third base in this sequence. So if it's fan interference right here, there's no way Upton would have been on his way to third base on that play. So fan interference, but Upton's going to stand at third base. I don't think I've ever seen that before. So the explanation given to the Reds, hope they'll give one to us. Yeah. Usually that's two-base hit. But Upton stands at third with 2 outs for Chris Johnson. And in the dirt. And a play like that could make that ruling very, very important in a one-run game. If one gets by the Reds catcher, Upton could sprint home. In the air, foul, back toward us, even count.
Yeah, there's that calling fan interference. I don't get it.
Back to the screen, foul. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Must be something for the umpires to rule that if the fan prevented that, it's an automatic double, but if it prevents him from getting third when he could have made third, then they may allow it, and that's why he pointed at third base. Got to look it up.
It doesn't matter. Chris Johnson swings at a ball in the dirt, and he will be called out by the home plate umpire Scott Berry. It's a triple for Justin Upton. It's a strikeout for Chris Johnson, and the Braves have stranded 7 through 5.
Fan interference, we're going to fill you in on a couple of other things. The Braves had a late report time today, and some of the guys made the most of it with a little visit to the Bengals training camp. In fact, this is our Synovus Greatness Made Here. These guys have done this 3 times this season. They started in Seattle, went out and visited the Seahawks, and then when they were in Pittsburgh just a few days ago, went out to the Steelers training camp, and then a group of 5 guys today went out and got to see the Bengals at training camp. Phil Gosselin told me it was certainly something to see these guys. They were a little bigger and faster in person than you see when you're watching them on TV. But, you know, this is something these guys, you talk about greatness from one professional athlete to another, just to get a feel, a taste for what's been going on in another sport. I think these guys enjoy it.
It's always great to see how the other sportsmen live, Jen.
Go about their business, and I'm sure you get in a NFL training camp, the size is the first thing that overwhelms you.
But we're still scratching our heads. Number one, we can't find the ground rules in the media guide.
This is more of a baseball rule. This is more of a fan interference. Is it up to the discretion of the umpire?
Fly ball, shallow right. Hayward got a great jump and takes care of Jay Bruce.
Which I have to assume is the case here, because he gave him third base even after he showed the sign of fan interference. If in his opinion he felt like that ball was, he had a chance to make third anyway, that's why he gave him third.
We were told, someone watching the game back in LA, that the play was in front of the umpire, which is not the case. The ball, they were not questioning whether the ball was fair. That's a judgment call. The only way the ball was in front of the umpire is when he turned around to look at it, head toward the corner. So that's not the case.
And he was watching it.
Right. I mean, a ball bounding over the base with an insufficient camera angle is excluded from replay. You can't check it out. That's hit toward left. Upton is there on the warning track. Quickly 2 outs. So
I say somebody from LA, somebody like from Venice Beach. Did they just call in?
Yeah, probably. I mean, our broadcast is very popular at Venice Beach. But I'm guessing, as you are alluding, I'm guessing the umpire's judgment was the ball was hit so hard and Ludwig got such a late break that Upton had a great chance to get a triple, and the fans' contact minimal at best.
Well, I would tend to disagree with that, because if that was the umpire's explanation, because Ludwig quit running briefly because he saw the fan touch it.
Right. So I've never seen that call before. It didn't amount to anything, but I'll be interested to see what the explanation was after the game. It wasn't a play in front of the umpire, for sure. The ball was an extra base hit. Here's Negron with 2 outs. Boy, Minor's just dealing tonight. He looks very confident, and he has allowed 1 base runner. It's 2-2. Run on 7 hits for Atlanta. They lead Matt Latos in the 5th.
Negron. I wonder if he's related to Chuck Negron. You know who he is? 3 Dog Night. Come on, man.
Not my arrow, sorry.
Along with Danny and Corey.
2-2 pitch. Just missed.
Try a little tenderness.
Chuck Negron, you said?
Yeah.
If he is, I'm buying you dinner tomorrow. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Popped up. Will it stay in play for Freddie? It will not.
Here's that play down the third base line again. Called fair. Umpire watching. He's watching. He's watching. Tipped on the fingers of that fan, which caused the umpire to signal with his crossed arms that it was fan interference.
but Upton got to third. Usually the ball's dead at the point of fan contact, unless the umpires placed the runner at third base, which is possible.
Which is why they had that long discussion, which is also a good reason just to run until they tag you.
Yeah, absolutely. You might get a free base or two out of it. Yeah. And to answer your question, no, Chris Negron is not the son of Chuck Negron. He has one child, Annabelle.
Oh, okay.
And she doesn't play third base for the Mets.
Maybe it's his nephew.
I'm not looking.
At this stage for Three Dog Night, might be his grandson.
Yeah, good point. Three balls, 2 strikes. And Minor lost it. Second walk for Minor tonight. And here's Cozart. Cozart popped out to short. His great defensive play is the only reason the Braves don't have more runs tonight.
That's right.
So for teams scuffling like the Reds, runs saved as important as runs scored, and that's the case for them to this point. And here's the super play that robbed LaStella of a hit.
You got a force out. The Braves got a run, but it might have saved at least one run there. Got an out they desperately needed.
Cozart's a better hitter than .223. I'm not here to tell you he's going to be a .300 hitter in the big leagues. He's been more productive in past seasons than this year. No balls, 2 strikes.
Was he a high draft pick?
Second round in 07 out of Franklin, Tennessee. He had 15 home runs as a rookie. Hit 12 last year. His big league batting average .252 for the career. And he swung through that. Ball in the dirt. Laird will scoop it up and make the throw to first. Mike Minor has not allowed a hit to the Reds through 5 innings, and he enjoys a 1-0 advantage here at the Great American Ballpark. Atlanta after 5 in Cincinnati. Friday Night Baseball on Fox Sports South is brought to you by Blimpie. Mike Minor has been dazzling in back-to-back starts for Atlanta, and Cincinnati has done nothing against him through 5 innings. RBI Baseball is back with all 30 MLB teams and 2014 players. Get the retro 2-button style baseball game you've been missing. Visit RBIGame.com for more details and download today on your console and mobile device.
Great night for Mike so far. A couple of walks, the only blemish on what is otherwise a terrific night.
La Stella, Simmons, and Laird.
Sorry, Chip. Now getting some more runs.
And high from Latos. He's had a bunch of chances against Matt. Bases loaded with 2 outs in the second. Bases loaded with 1 out in the third. 1 run has been scored. And there's a good start. A shot toward the gap in left center. Ludwig comes over, cuts it off, and Tommy La Stella has his first base hit of the game. And that's the 8th of the night for Atlanta.
Nice hit by Tommy, and he got a bad break, a good break for Ludwig, in that when that ball hit, it bounced up. It kind of bit and hopped up in the air for Ludwig to be able to grab it and cut it off. That thing hugs the grass. I'm not sure he gets to it. It might go to the wall. Might have actually spun back to Ludwig a little bit. Actually did.
More good news in Washington. Buster Posey's hit a homer. They now lead the Nationals to the Giants 4-2. Tim Hudson's pitching for San Fran tonight. Hot shot over the shortstop's head by Andrelton Simmons. Big turn at second by La Stella, and the Braves in business. 2 on, nobody out.
Latos tried a real quick slide step to the plate on this one, and Andrelton wasn't fooled. He was ready.
Great chance for Atlanta. With Laird in the batter's box. He struck out and he has walked. And he jumps all over his first pitch and skies it out of play. Strike 1.
Joe got a start in Pittsburgh, had a good night. He always seems to have something to contribute. He was 2 for 5. Joe going to run in that big 6-run first inning.
Popped up. That'll be an infield fly. Brandon Phillips will make the play, and Laird is retired for out number 1. Before we continue on much further, I want to wish a happy 95th birthday to a huge Braves fan, John Dunavant, a World War II veteran. He's followed the Braves his whole life. He's out of Columbus, Georgia. He's having a big family celebration this weekend. His favorite player was Chipper Jones. So, Mr. Dunavant, we wish you a very happy birthday. We thank you for your service, and we hope you have a wonderful weekend with friends and family down in Columbus this weekend.
Yeah, and if you're 95 years old and Chipper's your favorite player all time, then what a compliment to Larry Wayne.
Minor a chance to help himself. He's walked and flied out. He shows bunt. He got it down. Latos skidded and has only 1 play, and he makes it to first. And that throw looked like it hurt Brandon Phillips. That thing was a hard sinker, and Latos might have hurt himself skidding to a stop on the turf. Man, Phillips got handcuffed, and Latos very slowly makes his way to the back of the mound.
Yeah, his foot slipped. He didn't throw it that hard, but boy, Brandon got caught right on the thumb with it. Nice job by Mike Minor, only his 2nd sacrifice of the year. Pitching coach is Jeff Pico. Have to have a word with him about who do you want to pitch to. Left-handers are hitting less against Latos than right-handers, and he doesn't give up much to anybody. His average against, opponent average against, only 208 for the year. 208. Lefties at 193, right-handers 222. And do you want to face Hayward or the switch-hitting Bonifacio? Bonifacio's been unable to get the ball out of the infield tonight.
So let's see what the Reds decide here. Hayward 1 for 3. Estella and Simmons now in scoring position, but with 2 outs. And fouled at the plate. Jason Hayward out of the leadoff spot this year. Entered play today with a .262 batting average, batting first. 9 homers, 33 RBIs, and 43 runs. This season, with Hayward leading off, Atlanta has won 42 and lost 35 games. All time, the Braves are 66 and 42 with Jason hitting first. So Freddie Gonzalez and the Braves hoping lightning strikes twice down the stretch, with Jason moving out of the middle of the lineup and back in the leadoff role.
An exception of that second inning when he had to throw 31 pitches, 15 of those after the misplay. He's had some pretty quick innings.
Hasn't given Jason anything set or cut in this sequence.
Yeah, you got to understand that he's got a base to work with, so be patient. Make sure you get a good pitch.
Inside corner and a called second strike.
Good pitch there. UNC Bank pitch tracks. Looks like he got this one to back up a little bit. And a call that he didn't get earlier tonight, he got right there.
Little looper over second. Phillips back. He got it. What a play. Brandon Phillips saved 2 runs with a sprint toward right and an over-the-shoulder catch. Latos getting some help from his defense now in the late innings. The Braves strand 2 more and maintain a 1-0 lead. Of the 6th inning, your Blimpie game summary. Atlanta 1, Reds nothing. Some terrific Cincinnati D is the only reason the Braves haven't scored more than one.
Yeah, but good work here by Mike Minor. All you got to do is pay attention to that right there. He's got it working, and surprisingly, Matt Latos is coming out of the ballgame. They're going to pinch hit for him. And the Reds bullpen has been very suspect lately. That can't be anything but good for Atlanta.
So the Reds defense up the middle has been awfully strong tonight. Look at the beautiful play by Brandon Phillips. And he was fired up about it after he made the grab.
He's from Stone Mountain, you know.
Yes, he is.
He's an athlete.
So Santiago is going to pinch hit for Latos. Santiago started at short last night and was 0 for 2 and was hit by a pitch. Latos went 5 in his last start against the Rockies. Didn't get a decision. He's on the short end of a 1-0 game tonight after 6 innings of work. He did allow 9 hits. Couple of walks, couple of strikeouts for Latos. 1-1 pitch to Santiago is high. It's 2-1. Hamilton, then Frazier for the Reds.
That was Jumbo Diaz warming up.
Deep short. Simmons has it. And the long throw to first is in plenty of time, and Santiago is out number 1. Story on Jumbo Diaz if he's the man that comes on to pitch when the Braves hit in the 7th. He is appropriately named. Here's Billy Hamilton. He has struck out and flied out. And he has a big cut. Strike 1. Down the right field line and into the seats. So Freeman and Johnson can back up with a 2-strike count on Billy Hamilton. That helps.
Hit the ball pretty deep to right field his last time up. Good waist pitch.
Might have slipped.
Tried to overthrow it.
The 2-2 pitch is low. Don't want to walk him. Mike has issued 2 walks tonight.
Especially after getting ahead 0-2.
Frazier's on deck. At this point, this might be the biggest pitch in the game. Out of play.
Like he chased ball 4 too. Definitely up. Mike slapping his glove. He got a break there.
Payoff. And that was ball 4. Minor missed. So he's issued 3 walks. And now Frazier's the batter. He was the man that reached base back in the 4th inning. First time Mike Minor went to the stretch.
Went with another breaking ball here after not being able to get the first one down in that sequence. Couldn't get that one on top of that one either.
So now you have the speed of Hamilton at first with 1 out. But remember, back in Atlanta, Gerald Laird was catching and threw out Billy Hamilton trying to steal second base. And he's also been caught 18 times in total this year. And a left-hander on the mound might make it even more difficult for Hamilton to break. Popped up foul, back and out of play. Strike 1 for Frazier.
Got to make him stop. Mike was delivering to the plate when Hamilton was still edging his way off in his lead, and you got to make him come to a stop.
And I've told you, of the 18 times Hamilton's been caught stealing, 8 of those times he was picked off first. So keep that in mind as we go to work 0-1 and missed high.
Just hold the ball. Just hold it once and see how far he wants to edge off.
Frazier was late. 1-2. Todd's hit for a high average this month, over 300, but only 1 homer and 10 RBIs in August.
And he certainly didn't give Hamilton a chance to run. I mean, he was hacking at the first pitch.
Frazier swings and misses. And Hamilton did not get a good read on Mike Minor. As Mike delivered that pitch, Hamilton was breaking back toward the first base bag. So everything worked out well in that sequence.
It sure did.
2 out.
He keeps thinking Mike's going to use his A move to come over and didn't. Right at the target, got Frazier to chase and watch the runner at first. As soon as the leg went up, he was breaking back.
So here's Phillips. Brandon is 0 for 2. And Mike got ahead over the outside corner. Brandon Phillips, a 4-time Gold Glove winner. And when healthy, a dynamic offensive player too. No balls and a strike. As we look south across the Ohio River into the Commonwealth of Kentucky, we're seeing an awful lot of lightning flashing.
It's kind of moving away from us, though. That's good.
He's going. He got a great jump. The pitch is strike. The throw on target, but way late. So Phillips took a strike to give Hamilton a shot at moving into scoring position.
He had to have recognized the big jump out of the corner of his eye, and that's why he took the pitch. Gerald Laird made a good throw, but he had no shot. He went on Mike's first move.
That's the first Red in scoring position tonight. They had a grand total of 2 in scoring position last evening. It's an RBI chance for Phillips, but he's behind in the count, 0-2. And first time a runner at second base. Minor, obviously in a 1-run game, wants to be very sure of what to do with the Reds' number 3 hitter.
Especially on an 0-2 count. Always tough in the clutch.
Here comes the 0-2. Bouncing ball to third. Big hop for Chris Johnson. He's got it. And the throw to first in time. Minor works around a walk to Billy Hamilton. He's got a special game brewing in Cincinnati as we head to the 7th. One to nothing. All year long, Braves baseball is brought to you by Academy Sports and Outdoors. The right stuff for low price every day. Joe, Jen, and Chip with you from the Great American Ballpark. Atlanta leads by a run heading to the 7th inning. Mike Minor has been dazzling in his 3rd start after being skipped in rotation by the Braves.
Zeros across. Can't get any better than that.
Grandparents and grandkids, the Braves invite you to come out for some special ballpark bonding on Grandparents' Day when the Braves take on the Phillies Monday, September 1st. Each package comes with a special discounted ticket, a commemorative Grandparents' Day t-shirt, and access to a post-game stroll the bases event. Go to Braves.com for more information. Matt Latos is done after 6, and this is Jumbo Diaz. There was a great story written by Hal McCoy of Fox Sports Ohio about the Reds right-hander. This man spent 13 years in the minor leagues. At one point, he tipped the Toledos at 347 pounds. He has lost 70 pounds, was the closer at Louisville, where he converted 18 of 19 saves, 340 minor league appearances, and here he is in the show with the Reds.
He's down to 315, 6'4", 30 years old, and first time he's been in the big leagues this trip with the Reds. And he throws hard. That's a slider, but he throws mid to upper 90s.
Bonifacio is the batter, and he takes a little low.
I love the fact that he works out on the stretch and kind of hides the ball to the side as if the hitters could actually see his glove.
Was how McCoy wrote in his great story. He made just about every minor league stop you could make. To quote Mr. McCoy, the uniform fronts have read South Georgia, Great Falls, Ogden, Columbus, Vero Beach, Jacksonville, Great Lakes, Frisco, Frederick, Bowie, Indianapolis, Louisville, and now Cincinnati. And fouled back by Bonifacio. Diaz signed his first professional contract with the Dodgers back in 2001. He's out of La Romana of the Dominican Republic.
And he's doing a good job for the big league club when he gets out there. 7 walks, 21 strikeouts in 21 innings. So a few free passes.
And he's in danger of issuing a leadoff walk here in a 1-run game.
Just a 189 average against. Bonifacio didn't show bunt, but 3-2 now. Might want to check out this guy's speed covering the bag or fielding his position.
Won't be able to. A 97-mile-an-hour fastball got him. 1 man down. Emilio 0-for-4 tonight. Freddie Freeman is 2 for 3. 2 singles, the lone run scored, and he's also lined out.
Just a 4-seamer and threw it by him. Straight off-speed pitches, like a changeup, then a slider. By off-speed, I mean his slider's 88.
Well, with the lightning flashing in the distance, you've got left-hand hitting Freddie Freeman in the box. The old-fashioned light towers here. How about a page out of the final scene of The Natural? Hit one into the light towers, Freddie. Extend the lead. He thought it was low, but it's called a strike. 2-2.
Looked like a good pitch. Let's take a look again. Right at the bottom of the zone.
Freeman's down on strikes. He didn't agree with strike 2, but I think Freddie's wrong about that. 2 strikeouts for Diaz and Justin Upton, the hitter.
Kind of had a feeling after he got to 2 strikes that he was going to air one out, and he did.
A single, a triple, and a comebacker for Justin Upton tonight. Pop fly foul back toward the Braves radio booth. Jim Powell was ready to make the play.
you've spent 13 years in the minor leagues. You want to make sure you make the best of this opportunity, and so far I would say Diaz is doing that. How about the minor league clubhouse guys hated to see him coming?
1-2 pitch. Here it is. And it's up and away.
98.
Just did get a piece. And it's 2-2.
Hey, so far that slider's been pretty effective because he's keeping it down. He's given up 3 homers among his 14 hits he's allowed, so there might be some hanging sliders in there somewhere.
That was close to being one. And into the second deck by Upton foul.
It definitely was the hanger part.
Mr. Diaz has the look of a man who got away with a pitch. An impish grin on his face. Now Justin steps out on him. Two balls, 2 strikes. Swing and a miss. Diaz struck out the side in the 7th. It's time to stretch. Call your friends. We got a good one brewing in Cincinnati. 1-0.
Board, a 1-run lead for the Braves, and in what could be a very special night, started out as a special night here in Cincinnati for a lot of fans before the game. I do on the Diamond, the 2nd annual such event, saw 20 couples, including, look at that, how about some Braves fans getting out there and tying the knot before the game. That's Brittany Burns, who said I do, along with many Reds fans, and they rolled out the red carpet. There were fireworks. Hey, if you love baseball, not a bad way to tie the knot.
They were even chopping. That Atlanta couple, they were even doing the chop.
It was awesome. And they even had a few couples renew their vows, including a couple that I think have been married 40, 50 years, and they shot off some celebratory fireworks, and that poor couple didn't know what was going on, did they?
They hit the deck.
It was quite a sight. So Mike Minor goes to work in the 7th. He's got the 4, 5, and 6 hitters up for the Reds: Mesoraco, Bruce, and Ludwig. The Reds have had 3 base runners in the game. Line to third. There's out number 1 in the inning.
Chris Johnson, right man, right place.
Bruce. Bruce has struck out and flied out. We documented his home troubles earlier tonight. He is 0 for 6 so far in the series. And ball 1 high.
Mike hasn't lit up the radar gun tonight with his fastball, but he's had good command of it for the most part, both sides of the plate. And he's kept that pitch down, breaking ball, slider. His curveball's been a little iffy, but slider's been good.
I don't think he's shaken Gerald Laird off once tonight, has he?
I don't think so.
One and two.
Just like he did with Hamilton, getting ahead and then running it full. So now he's got to make a good pitch. Well, he did get the leadoff man on a line drive out.
Swing and a miss. 2 out. 4th strikeout, and here's Ludwig.
Now that looked like a breaking ball. Remember, he tried to get Hamilton on a breaking ball 3-2. And he left that one up, but he got away with it. Lived to tell about it. This guy bothers me. He's had 2 good swings at him tonight.
He's flied to right, he's flied to left. Ludwig, a .263 hitter against lefties with 4 of his 8 homers.
And came into the game 7 for his last 22 with a couple of homers. He's barreling up some stuff.
Right there for a called strike.
This guy spent a lot of time in the minor leagues too. Not like Jumbo Diaz, but a lot of time in the minor league systems. I know for the Cardinals and maybe another organization before he arrived.
Yeah, Cleveland, he was hurt. Just kept getting hurt, serious injuries that almost ended his career. He almost sat down, he swung so hard there. Very serious knee injury really derailed Ryan Ludwig back in 2003, 2004.
Jonathan Broxton, also a Georgia native, loosening up
1 ball, 2 strikes. Good idea with a 2-strike count.
No real sweat. 6th inning. 18 pitches the most. He had walked Billy Hamilton. And that was with 1 out, but he struck out Frazier and got Phillips to bounce out.
Now the 2-2 pitch is ripped straight back.
That's what Gerald wanted. He wanted the fastball up. I'm not sure if he located it high enough. It's high. Yeah, he did. He got it above his hands. Got it up there about shoulder high. That's why he couldn't get on top of it. Change his eye level. Something down.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Mike Minor is through 7. He's got a 1-0 lead in Cincy. I do believe that man has a special night working. It's 1-0 Atlanta after 7 in Cincinnati. And the Braves will send Chris Johnson, Tommy La Stella, and Andrelton Simmons to the plate against Jonathan Broxton.
Boys, he had a good year and did a real good job filling in when Aroldis Chapman was on the shelf. Broxton with a 1.43 ERA, a 1.62 batting average against, 24 hits allowed in 44 innings.
A cue shot right in front of the plate. We've seen a couple of those tonight. And Broxton gets Johnson with his first pitch. A 2-3 put out brings up Tommy La Stella.
Broxton doesn't throw as hard as he used to, but he's still in the low to mid 90s. He was on the DL to start the season with some flexor muscle problems that kept him from starting the season on time. Fastball, slider, and he looks like a little guy compared to Jumbo Diaz, who was just out there, but he's not a little guy.
If Bengals ever have offensive line trouble, I think they can just head down the street.
6'4", 295.
Where does he live now? I know you said he's from.
He was born in Augusta, lives in Waynesboro, Georgia.
That's right.
Went to high school at Burke County High in Waynesboro. 9th year in the big leagues.
upstairs for Tommy. Ball 2. Tommy has a hit. He has the game's lone RBI. Ball 3. Hamilton's on deck.
Well, an extra run would go a long way in this game right now.
And that'll help. A 1-out free pass. So as LaStella makes his way to first, we invite you to tweet your photo to us using hashtag SouthFanPhoto for a chance to have it shown in an upcoming broadcast. That's brought to you by AT&T. So LaStella will be taken down for Phil Gosselin. Gosselin will pinch run. Good night for Tommy. He reached 3 times. A hit, a walk, and an RBI.
Mr. Rocco's thrown out about 1 out of every 4 base stealers. And Thieves are 3 for 3 off Broxton. A lot of signs from Doug DeCenzo here.
Boy, a ball hit to the right side would be nice again. And again to first.
Jay Bruce has a great arm in right field, but this stage of the game to try to get that extra run, if there is a base hit through that hole, unless it's just a rocket, Gosselin's got to think about going to third.
Took a shot at right and fouled it off. And there's a strike. I'm with you. A game this close, you force the outfielder to do several things. Catch it cleanly, throw it accurately, and then the infield defender has to make the catch and apply the tag. That's a lot of things to do in a tight game.
And as we've been saying for 2 nights, they are an excellent defensive ball club, the best in the National League by percentage and by errors, fewest errors. Broxton's trying to do his part.
Sense a little frustration from Simmons. He's playing the waiting game. No balls and a strike. Pitch out and nearly over the glove of the Reds catcher.
I don't know what's going on, but a lot of the fans have some kind of lights. I don't know if it's their phones,
probably,
that they're flashing, and that could easily be a distraction for the hitter, especially the ones out in the outfield bleachers. It just started.
Inside. 2 balls and a strike. In the air to right, pretty well hit. Bruce going back, though, will have room on the track.
Good approach by Anderson. Good try. Tried to go the other way, just got under it a little bit, and actually hit the ball hard. Gerald Laird checking with Anderson as he goes by, wanting to know what that pitch was.
So Gosselin at first with 2 outs, and Gerald Laird's the hitter. He's 0 for 2 with a walk. That walk was an intentional pass back in the 2nd inning.
They've got Gerald played pretty shallow, and with Gosselin's speed at the crack of the bat with 2 out, he'll be off from first base. You know, Gerald could split the gap right now either direction, as shallow as Ludwig and Bruce are playing, and Hamilton plays shallow all the time.
Towards second, and Phillips is there to catch a sinking line drive. And this game goes to the bottom of the 8th inning. The 7, 8, and 9 hitters are coming up against Mike Minor. 1-0. Atlanta leads it. Is Braves left-hander Mike Minor, who is dazzled in his 3rd start after being skipped in rotation to get things straightened out.
Yeah, and he struck out 5 guys. 2 of them were the last 2 he faced in the 7th inning. He's just making good pitches, and started the game with 3 straight ground ball outs to shortstop, which was an indication that he had the ball down and he was in a groove early on. That's our Volkswagen pitching performance tonight here at Great American Ballpark, where he's got zeros right where it counts.
And he's got the 7, 8, 9 hitters up for the Reds. Nick Roan, Cozart, and then a pinch hitter. That pinch hitter might be Chris Heisey. And Mike missed low. 1 ball, no strikes.
This guy's been really their hottest hitter lately. Came into the game 8 for 17.
Popped up. Shallow right. Hayward's there. Easy play. He's got it. There's out number 1. 1 defensive change for the Braves. After he came on to pinch run, Phil Gosselin is in at second base. Six straight retired by Minor. He started the night setting down the first 10 Reds in order. Ball 1 to Cozart.
And as I said earlier tonight, this is the guy in the lineup that's had the most success against Mike, even though he's batting 8th. 4 for 10, 2 homers.
He had a pretty good rip at that ball. Even count.
Pitch count very manageable at 93. You said earlier, Chip, I think last inning, that couldn't remember a time where he's shaking off Gerald Laird. Gerald's done a great job back there tonight.
Now he's a strike away from retiring Cozart.
Boy.
Full count.
Yep.
And he lost him. So Minor has walked his 4th man. Will be Chris Heisey to come on and pinch hit.
They've gone to that pitch 3 or 4 times for an out when the count's been 3 and 2. 3 that I remember, and twice it's turned into a walk. He got away with a high one to Jay Bruce, but this has been the same result twice. The walk to Hamilton, and now the walk to Cozart, who's 4 for 4 in stolen bases.
Heisey has been the Reds' busiest pinch hitter this year. That 273 mark is 9 for 33 hits and at bats. He takes a strike. He's bounced into 2 double plays this year, but he's hit 2 pinch hit homers and has 9 RBIs.
We showed you this last night. This guy's always hit the Braves hard.
In the bullpen. It's a 1-0 game.
Good cut.
1-2.
Had a fastball and it was up, but it was away from him. Heisey's going to come off the bench swinging. That may have had more of the plate than it appeared at first blush.
Now the 1-2 pitch. He somehow got a piece of that.
Still very manageable. But boy, would a double play ball be nice right here.
You bet. Pitchers count 1-2. Way high. Little tapper toward third. Chris Johnson gloves, throws on the run, and caught him by a step.
He had to make that play, Chip, because Anderson's playing up the middle for a potential double play ball. The swinging bunt here, and it was a little harder than a swinging bunt, but this chopper, you can see where Anderson was. At that angle, Anderson would have had a very hard time gloving the ball and throwing across his body. Excellent job by Chris Johnson to cut this off and make the play. Well done. And to throw on the run, too.
So now you got to deal with Hamilton. Runner at second, 2 outs. He is 0 for 2 with a walk. Reds have had 2 runners reach second base in the game. Atlanta does not think Hamilton would try to bunt. There are 2 outs. Strike 1.
When he throws that curveball just like a get-over strike, it's on a good plane. I mean, it's coming out of his hand, and he's on top of it. But when he overthrows it on those 3-2 counts, it's just spinning.
How about this number? Mike Minor has thrown a grand total of 2 pitches with a Reds runner in scoring position tonight.
That's a good thing.
His third is on the way to Hamilton. And it's high. He was late on the fastball. He's ahead 1-2 now.
And again, he's just been sitting on 90 miles an hour. He's been up a little bit with the fastball this inning because he's probably getting tired. And now let's see what he and Gerald decide ahead of Hamilton this time. Again, 1-2. If they go to that breaking ball again, if they do, just throw it. Don't try to overthrow it.
Little pop into center field, a base hit, and that's going to tie the game. Mike Minor took a no-hitter into the 8th inning with 2 outs, and Billy Hamilton squips one into center. A breaking ball.
It was a breaking ball, and it wasn't a bad one. It was not a bad one. He just reached down and flipped it off the end of his bat.
And the heartbreaking part of it is Minor's 4th walk comes home to score, and it's a tie game. That's the deepest Mike Minor has ever taken a no-hit bid in the big leagues, and this crowd in Cincinnati gives him a standing ovation. What great baseball fans they have here at the Great American Ballpark.
They want him off the field. They've had enough.
And a tip of the cap from Mike. Nicely done, young man. Now let's worry about winning the game. 1-1 score.
reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Atlanta Braves.
Marvelous performance by that man, Mike Minor. He just allowed his first hit with 2 outs in the 8th inning. After a 1-out walk to Zach Cozart, Hamilton's safety ties the game. And while we salute Mike's effort, now we've got bigger fish to fry, for it's a 1-1 score, and the Braves are in their bullpen.
And Jordan Walden is somewhat slow to the plate on his delivery. And you got the burner at first. They've got to figure out a way to try to keep him close.
Hamilton's already stolen 1 base tonight. They've got Frazier in the box. Frazier 0 for 2 with a walk, and he got a great jump. Laird's throw, quick release, and Hamilton nearly overslid the bag and somehow kept the toe on the pillow. Joe, great call. Hamilton got a great jump, and he has stolen his 2nd bag in the game.
Great crossover step. Good throw by Gerald. Man, I don't know. Did he bounce right there and come off the bag? No, that's worth a real close look. Watch as he comes across the bag. He kind of bounces into the air right here. Is there some? I don't know if anything's touching the bag. I don't think there was.
Certainly wasn't when the foot came up. But no challenge. That could be a huge play. Or a hit would score Hamilton and the Reds would lead. Frazier 0 for 2 in the game. He's walked. Aroldis Chapman is lurking in the Reds' pen. The Reds have played a ton of 1-run games. This one's tied. A 1-1 score, home 8th. Pitch. Frazier didn't get it. Full count.
Jordan's airing it out. Good fastballs.
Hamilton's going to try to steal third. He had a great jump, and Frazier had to protect with 2 strikes and fouled it straight back.
And you can see Chris Johnson not being lured out of his defensive position. They were going to give him third.
Pop fly over the Reds dugout and out of play.
Frazier struck out his last time up. Last night, Tehran had him off balance all night. First time up, he hit a little one-handed soft line drive to left that was caught. He got a one-handed loop single off balance out on his front foot. Next time up, same thing with a fly ball to center later. He's spoiling a lot of good pitches, even though he gets fooled.
Ground ball third. Chris dives, fires to first, and in time. And look at where Hamilton was. As Frazier crossed the first base bag, Hamilton was 2 steps from the plate. He was streaking around the bags. If Frazier had beaten that out, the Reds would have scored. And Brian Price is out to chat with Laz Diaz. He might want to look at that bang-bang play at first. And we will as well when we come back in a tie game. his legs is the reason we're tied 1-1. He has the lone Reds RBI and the lone Reds hit here tonight. Look at how close the play was at first.
Just got him.
And it's a good thing, too. Hamilton would have scored with no chance for Freddie Freeman to make the peg to the plate. So now we head to the ninth. And Aroldis Chapman is on to preserve a 1-1 game.
He worked an inning last night. 3 up and 3 down, struck out 2. Has been bothered by some shoulder stiffness and working on back-to-back nights. We'll see if that affects him.
Evan Gattis will grab a bat and pinch hit for Jordan Walden, and he'll start the Atlanta ninth. As we promised you earlier, we have the AT&T fan photo of the game. Tweet your photo to #SouthFanPhoto for a chance to be shown in an upcoming game broadcast. It's brought to you by AT&T. So Betsy Powers enjoying the ball game, as are we. This one's been fun. A run on 9 hits for the Braves. They've left 10 on base. That's a bit painful as we head to the ninth. A run on a hit for the Reds. They've stranded 4. So Gattis versus Chapman. This ought to be fun. Took him a couple of pitches last night, Joe, to hit 99. He's loose in a hurry here in the ninth. All over it at 101 miles an hour. If Gattis squares up one of this guy's fastballs, he's going to hit it over the scoreboard. But he's down 2 strikes. Not to be. 3 pitches, and Gattis is retired in the ninth. 1 out.
You want to go up swinging, especially when you have a guy up there pinch hitting that might give you the lead. And Evan did just that. Couldn't catch up with that one. It was probably out of the zone. Definitely was.
So a lefty-lefty matchup now. Here's Hayward. Jason's 1 for 4.
Left-hander's just hitting a .138 against him. 4 for 29. 18 strikeouts of the 29 at bats. Slider.
As hard as he's throwing tonight, any concerns about his shoulder, I think, have disappeared. That one 102, and Hayward had a good pass.
Trying to swing 102, you're going to lose. Jason had a nice, good, crisp swing. Got a piece of it.
And did again.
101 on that one to the outer third, and Jason again with a piece of it.
Two balls, two strikes. Two out.
Back-to-back sliders. And when you're gearing up for 100 plus, that's awfully difficult.
Let's see if Bonifacio can keep it alive for Freddie Freeman, who waits on deck. Two outs, top of the ninth inning. Reds will have the heart of their order up in the home half. 1. Carpenter and Kimbrel. Broken bat, little tap. Cozart at short, gloves, throws off balance, and got him by a half step. 3 up, 3 down for Aroldis Chapman in the top of the ninth inning. Bottom half in Cincinnati. Super game. 1-1 is your score with Phillips, Mesoraco, and Jay Bruce due. To the bottom of the ninth inning, we've got a 1-1 game. Let's get back to our AT&T Uverse trivia question. Who threw the last complete game no-hitter for the Braves?
I think I was there.
In person and in spirit.
Yes. In L.A., Kent Marker.
That is correct. He's the last man to throw a no-hitter for the Braves. In fact, Kent was part of 2 no-hitters for Atlanta. One where he went the distance. There was also a combined no-hitter back in the early 90s with Alejandro Pena and Mark Wohlers combining at the old ballpark in Atlanta. So David Carpenter on for the ninth inning with Phillips, Mesoraco, and Jay Bruce.
David was the tough luck loser a couple of days ago in that game in Pittsburgh. Blue pit, drop fly ball, and a sacrifice fly.
The blue pit was by Jordy Mercer, and after Marte hit one between the Uptons, Gabby Sanchez with a sac fly won it for the Pirates, who ended their 7-game losing streak. The Reds have dropped 6 in a row. And a liner into the upper deck foul. 0-2 to Brandon Phillips. in the air behind first. Long run, Freeman and Hayward. They won't get there. And out of play. Tom Hart just sent me a message, and he makes a good point. David Price threw a one-hitter yesterday for Detroit. Mike Minor threw a one-hitter for the Braves tonight. As Tom said in his message, I see you, Vandy. Giants are up big in the ninth inning at Washington. 10-2 is the score there. Braves are going to gain ground on someone if they can win tonight. 0-2 to Phillips. Did he go? As Diaz says no.
The only other 10-game winning streak this year was Kansas City. And it's interesting because Kansas City, when they had their streak snapped, just got walloped, I think, by Oakland. And the Nationals, like theirs is going to be snapped, and they're getting crushed.
1-2 pitch is outside. Well, you know the pixie dust runs out at some point. Can the Braves take advantage? If they can force a 10th inning, Atlanta will have the heart of their order coming up. Freeman, Justin Upton, and Chris Johnson are scheduled. Now he's gone full.
We've talked about this ballpark being a house of horrors for the Braves before we even came into this series. One-run games, what was it, 1-9 in recent years?
Something awful. Ground ball short. Simmons got a friendly hop. And Phillips forced a full count but rolls out. Carpenter gets his first here in the ninth inning, and Mesoraco's the batter.
Let's hope that's not going to be the challenge tonight. Come out in the 10th and get a bunch.
Last 26 games here, the Reds are 18-8. But look at the home runs. I mean, what an airport.
Mike did a great job on that tonight, keeping the ball down and keeping it in the park. Really weren't any hard hit balls with the exception of Mesoraco's line drive to third that I can think of. You know, sharply hit ground balls, but that line drive really the only hard hit ball that Chris Johnson speared last time Devin was up.
I've got him with 10 ground ball outs and 5 strikeouts. For Mike. As Mesoraco looks outside. Got to be careful with this man. What scares you is he's won for his last 27. He's also hit 20 homers.
He's one of the culprits last year. Hit a game-tying homer off Kimbrel, and maybe it was Chu that hit the tire, and then Mesoraco hit the winner. I can't remember the order.
I've tried to erase that from the memory banks.
Yeah, glad I reminded you.
That was that was a bitter loss.
Yeah.
In Cincinnati. Will he have a green light? 3-0. He did. 3 balls and a strike.
Gretchen looked it up. Mesoraco tied it, and Shin-Soo Choo won it.
Right guy's wrong order. Yeah. Shin-Soo Choo. 3 balls and a strike. Back out of play, upper deck. Good life on Carpenter's fastball tonight. That one was at 96. Strike 3 inside corner. Perfect pitch.
You know, David loved that. He had to have loved that. Mesoraco's coming out of his shoes, swinging at 2 fastballs, 3-0 and 3-1. Foul tipped him, and then just a bow locking slider right there.
So 2 outs in the 9th for Jay Bruce. Bruce has struck out 2 times in his 3 trips. Saw the other day in Pittsburgh, David Carpenter has pitched in some awfully bad luck this year for the Braves. At the end of the day, your record is what your record is, but he's got to lead this relief staff in broken bat hits allowed. He's had excellent command so far in the 9th tonight. Back up the middle, Simmons had him played perfectly. He gave ground, he stepped to his left, and David Carpenter 3 up, 3 down in the bottom of the 9th inning. We go to the 10th. Freeman, Justin Upton, Chris Johnson coming up. Who's coming on to pitch for the Reds? We'll find out. And extra innings are presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side. 1-1 Atlanta. Mike Minor took a no-hit bid into the 8th inning with 2 outs. With a man at second base, Billy Hamilton blooped a single into center field for the lone hit and lone run allowed by the Braves in this game. And now it's a battle of the bullpens as Aroldis Chapman will come out and pitch a 2nd inning with Freeman, Justin Upton, and Chris Johnson scheduled.
4th time this year he's pitched more than 1 inning, and he's done it over 20 times in his career. Wonder if he's just going to stay there to face Freddie. We'll find out.
Braves are in their 16th extra inning game this year. They've won 5, lost 10. This is extra inning game number 12 for the Reds. They're 3-8. Freeman saw Chapman in the 8th inning last night and struck out. One and 2.
3 straight sliders.
Chapman's brief major league career, only 1 left-handed hitter has ever homered against him. That was Luke Scott. see what Freddie can do with a 2-2. All the way to the screen.
Well, that changes this at bat in that he doesn't have a good enough command of his slider to risk throwing at 3-2. So Freddie can gear up for the fastball.
He couldn't pull the trigger at 100 miles an hour on the corner at the knees. Who can blame you? Perfect pitch. And 3 strikeouts for Chapman tonight.
That's not fair. Please throw it down the middle.
Here's Justin Upton. A 2-hit game for Justin. He's singled, he's tripled, he's bounced out and struck out.
Gosh, his arm action is just a blur, Chip. I mean, he really uses his lower half well, but that arm action is just so fast.
There's a pitcher years and years ago by the name of Ewell Blackwell. They called him the Whip. I don't know if Chapman's delivery is similar to his, but boy, it does whip through very quickly.
Cut it loose.
As Rocco held it there, didn't get the call. 2-2.
Didn't get the benefit of the doubt on that one.
4 strikeouts and 2 away in the 10th.
Again, frustrating for guys who are swinging the bat so well to have a ball get on them so fast, like that one away from Justin, that he takes a defensive swing at it and he's late. No time to adjust. This guy had a real good swing on it at him last night. Drove the ball to left or left center.
No balls and a strike. Chris was the final out of the 8th inning. Deep fly to center, caught by the center fielder.
Yeah, he hit it good, and he's definitely had the best at bat of anybody over the last 2 nights against Chapman.
Crowd's chanting pizza. If Reds pitchers strike out 11 opponents, the fans in attendance get a small pizza from a local pizzeria. That's got them fired up. As my dad would have said,
well, let's see if Chris can play a little pepperoni with the fans in the left field bleachers then.
Yes, he would.
yanked. Foul in front of the Braves dugout. The 2-2 pitch. Toward third and through. Guarding the line cost the Reds an out there. And what an at-bat for Chris Johnson. He chops a 2-out single into left field. And that'll bring up Phil Gosselin.
Great at-bat. No stride. Just let his hands work. Didn't try to overswing. And got the ball to go through. He earned that.
So Chapman will increase his pitch count. The more he pitches, especially back-to-back days, wonder if he'd be available tomorrow night.
Yeah. Base stealers 2 for 4 off of him. Chris is 3 for 3 on the year. Worth a try.
Oh, and 2. Gosselin came on as a pinch runner in the 8th, so this is his first at bat of the game.
Went up there looking for his first 100-mile-an-hour pitch, and he got 2 sliders.
Runner goes, pitch high, throw to second is way late. So Chris Johnson has picked his spots well in the stolen base department. He's 4 for 4 there. And now a hit could put Atlanta in front.
Good jump, good read. No chance. How about blooping him back?
One-two pitch. Good cut. You got him where you want him. The Reds bullpen has lost 10 games in a row after the All-Star break. That's hard to believe. 0-10, a 4.55 ERA.
He just made a good pass at a fastball there. A little late. Fouled it off, but he looked bad on the 2 sliders. I wonder if they'll go back to the slider down and in. Maybe get a chance to pull one through the hole.
That pops away, and Johnson will move up to third. That's an important play. If one gets away from the Reds catcher, the Braves could take the lead on another wild pitch.
And it was another slider, and not a good one. Zaralko did all he could. But because of that, they may not be inclined to call for another one. And let's see if Phil's able to connect.
Little squibber out toward Cozart. He's got it, and that will end the inning. Couple of good at bats for the Braves in the 10th inning. One by Johnson, one by Gosselin. But we head to the bottom of the 10th inning, still knotted 1 apiece.
at least as relaxed as you can be when the score is 1-1 in the 10th. But I'm telling you guys, for Braves fans watching at home, or for those of you that have ever been close to watching history, you could feel it down here, guys. I was down here next to the dugout when Mike still had that no-hitter going, and guys were rocking back and forth. They had like nervous twitches going in their legs, nail biting literally happening. But now the elephant has been dispatched from the room, like it or not, and the guys just have to go back to playing baseball. But what a dramatic shift in just the last couple of innings.
Yeah, it's hard to believe. You get a game as well pitched as Mike turned in, you hope for a 4-5 run lead, but that wasn't to be his fate. The one hit he allowed scored the only run the Reds needed to tie the game, and that's the heartbreaking part. He's going to get a no decision. It's battle of the bullpens now.
Yeah, it was a bad finish, horrible finish for Mike, but a great effort and a great outing. Need another good one from Anthony Bavaro. His last work was against Oakland at home. He did not pitch in Pittsburgh.
And he'll face Ryan Ludwig to lead off the Cincinnati 10th. Rest versus rust, always a concern when you have a relief pitcher with that much of a layoff.
This time of year, rest a welcome thing.
You bet. No balls and a strike for Ludwig. In the air, softly hit, playable for Hayward. Wow. Ludwig is down. Here's Chris Negron. He's 0 for 2 with a walk. It's Christopher with a K. Anthony would take a K here with the bases empty in the 10th. Ball 1. The Giants did beat Washington. That's a 10-3 final score. Tim Hudson did pick up the victory for the Giants. The Cardinals lost. Kyle Kendrick beat them 5-4 in Philly. Cardinals have the top record for the National League wild card. The Nationals have the top record in the East. Braves could gain ground on both of those clubs if they can win in extras tonight. Three and 0. Was on his way to first.
Great pitch. Supposed to probably be a slider, but it looked kind of like a cutter. Didn't break a lot. Good life to his fastball tonight after a few days of rest.
In the air center. And a step shy of the fence. Bonifacio had room.
And if he's not playing ultra deep to make sure that nothing gets over his head, that's trouble. That's why you play there. Look how deep he already was.
Two outs for Zach Cozart. He's the only Red to score. He earned a one-out walk in the 8th against Mike. Strike one. Breaking ball popped up. That's over the screen into the seats. And Cozart quickly in a 2-strike hole. Brian Pena's on deck. If Cozart reaches, Brian would hit for Chapman. Two and two.
Good try. Just off the plate. Good job by Cozart not to offer. 96. That's about the top end for Anthony.
Quite frankly, Cozart's the reason we are where we are. If he didn't make that sprawling, diving play in the 3rd inning, the Braves would have had at least 2 runs, maybe a chance for more. And then he scored in the 8th. The Reds are still very much alive despite having 1 hit. Chop toward short. Simmons, took the short hop and got his man to retire the side. 3 up, 3 down for Anthony Vivaro, his first work in a while, and we head to the 11th inning. And they made that fine play at short, leads things off. Gerald Laird, then the pitcher's spot. Full of twists and turns. Let's show them to you. Here's our game summary heading to the 11th.
Well, nobody could hit Mike Minor tonight. He was dazzling. Struck out 5, and then with 2 out in the 8th inning, runner at second. Somebody did hit it. Breaking ball right off the end of the bat by Billy Hamilton. First hit of the game, first run of the game for the Reds in this series, and that ties it, and that's where we are, and they still only have 1 hit.
So Sam LeCure will come on and pitch. LeCure is the 4th Reds reliever to work after Matt Latos started and went 6. LeCure's specialty is coming in with the bases loaded. He almost never allows anybody to score in those situations. He'll start a clean inning here in the 11th with Simmons, Laird, and then we'll see for Atlanta.
Yeah, I'd like to see him load him up and see how good he is.
There you go.
LeCure, fastball, low 90s, curveball, and a changeup.
Strike. LeCure was born in Jefferson City, Missouri. It's the capital of the great state of Missouri. He lives now in Fort Thomas, Kentucky. He's been a lifelong Red, selected in the June 2005 draft in the 4th round. Goes hard at short. He exacts a little revenge on Andrelton Simmons. He got his man to start the inning, 1 out. Laird will hit, then Ryan Doumit. Gaddis has already been used. If Doumit pinch hits and doesn't stay in the game, that means Laird is your only catcher remaining.
Braves have 2 pinch hitters, or 2 switch hitters, I should say, left. Doumit and Pena. Also have B.J. Upton left on the bench. The Reds have 2 left-handed hitters, Anaheim and Schumacher, and then switch hitter Brian Pena.
Laird with a bunt try, pops it up behind the plate, and that's caught against the chest protector by Mesoraco. Not a bad idea by Laird, who's an excellent bunter, but that one popped straight back for the 2nd out. And it will be Doumit with the bases empty.
Yeah, he caught Negron back. Just needed to get it down. Now, you might be surprised at this, but you shouldn't, since Doumit was in Pittsburgh and in the Central Division for a long time. Braves career hitters against the Reds. Doumit with 12 career homers. That's more than any other Atlanta Brave. And at Great American Ballpark, he's hit 7 of those. That's more than any other Braves player.
Freddie Gonzalez hoping Doumit can connect and hit one into the red seats and right here. Put Atlanta in front. Pitching Ryan away, and the third baseman is way off the line. Negron 25-30 feet off the line. If they pitch him away and Doumit pokes one that way, he might run for a while.
And their outfield much deeper now than they were before. That's very interesting. They haven't even come close.
No. Well, that was the ultimate pitch around right there. And Manny Parra, a left-hander, is up in the Reds bullpen. Domit is walked. Brian Price has the lineup card. He's going to go out and get Sam LeCure. It'll be a double switch because the pitcher spot is due first in the 11th inning. So it'll be a lefty-lefty matchup with Hayward up, 2 outs, a man aboard, tie game, 1 apiece. And we will tell you who's coming on for the Reds here in a second. Looks like Brian Pena is going to come on and play first base. Frazier's going to grab a different glove, I would assume, and go to third. And then Negron can move over and play shortstop. But we'll confirm that for you in a moment. LeCure will be taken down 2/3 of an inning with a walk. Hayward versus Parra when we come back. A lot of economic and business development in downtown Cincinnati, right along the riverfront. Condos, shops, bars, restaurants, all between this sparkling new ballpark and Paul Brown Stadium, the home of the Bengals. It's a great place to see a game, and the fans here have seen a terrific one tonight. We're in extra innings, still tied at 1 apiece. And as always, extra innings are presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side. Lefty-lefty matchup now with a man at first and 2 outs. It's Manny Parra to face Jason Hayward.
Fastball, curveball split. It's not like he's worn out lefties. They're hitting 247 off of him. No record. 4.02 ERA. A lot of base runners. They obviously like this matchup a whole lot better than they like LeCure against Domit. 4-pitch walk. Never came close to throwing a strike to Ryan.
Couple of hits for Hayward, as you saw, against Manny Parra. And that one taken inside. Hayward behind in the count.
Henderson trying to take advantage of that hole on the right side, but now he's got to guard the plate. Cover the outside half and adjust if you have to inside.
1-2 pitch. Bouncing ball to second. Phillips has it. And the strategy of Brian Price worked out just fine for the Reds. Nothing doing in the Atlanta 11th. Pena, Hamilton, and Frazier for the Reds. Game is tied at 1 apiece. Let's officially answer our AT&T Uverse trivia question. We already answered it for you. Who threw the last no-hitter for the Braves in complete game fashion? It's the last overall no-hitter in the franchise's history, and it was a doozy. Kent Mercker, April 8th of '94 at Los Angeles against the Dodgers. Mike Minor came awfully close tonight.
Boy, he sure did.
7 2/3 innings of 1 hit, 4 walk ball. And the 4th walk proved fatal, for after that lone hit, the Reds tied the game. And that's where we stand now in extra innings.
David Hale was in 2 games at Pittsburgh in that 3-game series. 2/3 of an inning in each outing. No hits or runs, 1 walk total, no strikeouts.
The Braves have left 12 men on base so far tonight. The Reds 4. Atlanta's out hit him 10-1. And we're tied with Pena leading off. Ball 1. Bryant's 32 now. And he unloaded deep right center field. Bonifacio back. He says he's got it, and he does. If he pulled it, he would have ended it. But he hit it to one of the deeper parts of the ballpark.
I thought he got it.
I did too.
Checking Bonifacio, checking the baseball, and even even though Emilio was throwing his glove up like it's going to stay in, it's going to stay in, I still wasn't convinced.
Now you have to really buckle down and make some good pitches against the fastest man in the ballpark. That's Hamilton, who's walked, singled, stolen 2 bases, and has knocked in the only Reds run. Again, the importance of Hamilton, if you walk him, it's a double for all intents and purposes.
And not only are they playing in, they're playing in near the line.
One ball, 1 strike. .48 steals now for Hamilton, the most by a Red since Deion Sanders swiped 56 in 1997. And a shot up the middle, right across the shoe tops of David Hale, and now trouble afoot with Hamilton aboard with 1 out.
Literally a foot. If somehow he hadn't made his way to the ballpark tonight, this game would be over and there'd be a no-hitter. Instead, he's got both of their hits.
That's why they named it Hamilton County. And you figure he'll be off early in the count. Let's see how the Braves play it with Todd Frazier, who's 0 for 3 with a walk. Brandon Phillips is on deck. Pitch out, ball 1.
Good idea. He went on the first pitch the last swipe in the 8th inning.
He's going. The pitch is dropped.
Not one time tonight have they made him stop. None of the pitchers. The stolen base after the walk in the 6th, stolen base after the single in the 8th. Those were both against Mike Minor. This one against David Hale, and each time he's moving his feet. He's getting a walking lead, and into the plate, he's gone. You got to make him stop.
A 3 stolen base game for Hamilton, and now the Braves will walk Frazier to set up a double play with Brandon Phillips. It's the second 3-steal game this year for Hamilton. And he's going to blow by Deion Sanders' mark in pretty short order. So 2 are on for Phillips. Roger McDowell makes his way to the center of the diamond. The entire Atlanta infield, with the exception of Freddie Freeman, will join the conversation. One of the oldest sayings in baseball is that speed never slumps. And as I've said so many times, it's unfortunate that Hamilton has done what he has against the Braves tonight. But it is such an exciting part of the game. It's coming back, and the Reds have potentially one of the best base stealers in a generation playing here at the Great American Ballpark.
He's a great weapon. And by all accounts, a good defensive player. We've seen him make a good play here tonight already. Just a great weapon, and appears to be a very smart base runner too, like on that ground ball to third from Frazier in the 8th inning, or was it? Yeah, in the 8th. He would have scored right if the throw was late.
So Hale's looking for a ground ball at somebody. You better handle it cleanly with Hamilton at second. The pitch. Handcuffed Laird. He was crossed up, and somehow he caught it. Wow. Strike 1.
Phillips is grounded into 9 double plays. Oh my. Nice hands by Gerald Laird. and got the call.
Downstairs, you mentioned earlier tonight these are the 2 fastest or most successful base stealers for Cincinnati. Would they dare a double steal?
Only if nobody's paying attention to him. And right now, Simmons and Gosselin are really bird dogging him out there. Andrelton's trying to distract him, carrying on a conversation with him.
One ball, one strike. Swing by Phillips. 1-2.
Well, that was a good fastball from David Hale. 93 had a little movement running in on Phillips. Because they're trying to hold Hamilton close, it opens up a lot of holes, especially on the left side.
Hamilton's running. The pitch popped up. Shallow center field. Simmons can't get there. Bonifacio can. Throw back to second, and all hands are safe. Talk about speed. Bonifacio saved Atlanta. That nearly dropped into the middle of no man's land.
You talk about turning on the Jets. And Leo, you see him in your picture, shading him over toward right center. He had a lot of ground to cover. Nice play.
So there's the second out of the inning. And Mesoraco's the batter. He's 0 for 4 tonight, 0 for 7 in the series, and 1 hit in his last 28 at bats. His average dropping 2. Almost hit him inside. 1 ball, no strikes.
He was trying real hard to hit a walk-off homer in the 9th inning off David Carpenter and failed to do so. It'll be a little more controlled swing here, although aggressive from him. Always is.
His 63 RBIs tied with Miguel Montero of Arizona for the most among National League catchers. And Hale has him in an even count. That one got away from Laird, and all hands move up. And you got to keep an eye on Hamilton. He was ready to take an aggressive turnaround third. And now a little more pressure on Hale and Laird. If a ball gets away, fastest guy in the park is 90 feet away.
It'll be a pass ball. We talked about that fastball that ran in on Phillips. There was another one that was running in on Mesoraco, and Gerald was trying to almost turn his glove over and backhand it. No room for that again. I mean, this is just crazy. This game's been crazy. They have 1 run on 2 hits. The Braves have 1 run on 10 hits, have left 12 men on base. And the Reds are 90 feet from winning it.
Deuce is wild for Mesoraco. Ground ball to third. Chris has it. And we will see a 12th inning. The Reds threaten, cannot win it in 11. Good work by David Hale, Bonifacio, Freeman, and Justin Upton coming up. To go. Crazy game. But Atlanta still tied. 12th inning now in game 2 of our 4-game series. Tomorrow, MLB on Fox Sports 1 returns with a doubleheader. Buster Posey and the Giants take on the Nationals. Then the Braves square off against the Reds. Our coverage starts at 3:30 Eastern on Fox Sports 1 and streaming live on Fox Sports Go. It'll be Santana and Leake here tomorrow night in game 3.
Mike Leake's always a tough pitcher in his home ballpark, but he's had a tough time of it this year with a losing record. There's Tom Brenneman on the right. He'll have the call. Will he be with Jeff Brantley, you think?
I don't know. I saw Tom Verducci here earlier. So Tom often works in the booth. So I don't know if someone will be joining Tom and Tom. Might need to, just so that the producer doesn't get confused.
That never happens.
No. Manny Parra is going to continue on, and Bonifacio, Freeman, and Upton are coming up. Bonifacio second on the lineup card, but has led off before, and his speed could be a factor if he can reach at the start of the inning.
And a better right-handed hitter.
Emilio 0 for 5 tonight. What really breaks your heart, 12 left on base, as you said. Braves had the bases loaded in the second. In the third, could only score once. I have them with 6 of their 12 left in scoring position tonight. There's a bunt try, and it's going to hug the line and trickle foul.
I don't know for sure, but it almost looked like Emilio ran under that ball and avoided it hitting him. But it bounced pretty high. Watch him kind of look up. Obviously in fair territory, had to avoid it hitting him or he's out. But a good idea.
Way up and away. Well, the Braves have already seen Aroldis Chapman. We've already seen Broxton. So the real hard throwers are already out of the way for the Reds.
Jumbo's gone.
Atlanta still has Craig Kimbrell if they can take the lead. Got their long man David Hale, who can pitch multiple innings if necessary. So just a guess, I would assume the Braves bullpen on paper appears to be in better shape right now than the Reds.
There's who's left. 3 guys in the pen for the Reds, including Daniel Corsino, who was just called up. He's never been in the big leagues before. Braves still have 2 lefties in Kimbrell. Bench pretty even. Pena, a switch hitter. Upton, a right-handed hitter, and the other 2 guys for the Reds lefties. The real bad news for the Reds is that Jumbo and Broxton are out of the game, and they've already hit the spread.
The Gold Star chili run on the way home for all concerned.
They're going to have to go in there and get a bag of peanuts. The rest of the team when they get it done.
Chopper towards short. Negron is there and makes the play. Remember, Cozart was switched out of the game earlier, and Bonifacio is out number 1. Freeman versus Parra. This has been a happy result for the Braves in years past. That, I believe, was the 10th inning back in Atlanta. A walk-off single in a 1-0 Atlanta game.
Got a good one there. All this adds up to a Braves win. I mean, despite the fact they've left 12 men on base, it all adds up to a Braves win somehow, some way. The Braves are swinging the bats real well. They've made their way through all these hard throwers that the Reds have. The Reds have more 1-run losses than anybody in baseball. So add all that up and you get a Freddie Freeman or Justin Upton launch job here.
And a chance to gain ground in 2 races if you win it. Top wildcard team lost. Top Eastern team lost. Lots of baseball left. Two balls, 2 strikes. Nearly hit it. Action begins in the Reds bullpen. It's Daniel Corsino. He was just brought up from the minor leagues. He came from Double-A. He did. He came from Pensacola. Freeman walks.
Wow, what a take.
Man, how did he not swing at that? I think Parra's asking the same question.
Great take. Slider at the bottom of the zone. He'd gotten to chase one earlier. Winning run aboard for the hottest hitter on the team.
Upton, a 13-game hitting streak that he extended with a 3rd inning single. He's also tripled tonight.
Ooh. That was very nearly a balk. It's almost like he changed his mind in midstream there.
Little twitch by Freeman. Drew another throw. Pena tried to fake him out. $31,160 was the paid attendance. Good number of them are still here. 12th inning pitch. Knee-high strike. High fly ball hammered down the left field line. Can he keep it fair? Yes, he can. Justin Upton unloads down the left field line, and Atlanta has finally broken through in the 12th. You talk about posing after contact. Upton vaporized this ball, and watch his reaction.
I went to the second deck and down the exit, it looked like. Hottest hitter on the team.
25 homers, 86 RBIs now, as he's trying to chase down Giancarlo Stanton for the RBI lead in the league.
High slider. Watch Scott Berry try to go out and help Jeff Nelson in case he needs help on the read here. It's going to go fair or foul. That ball into the second tank.
Chris Johnson grounds out for the second out here in the 12th inning. And now you know the Braves have Craig Kimbrell ready. That's something we got to talk about. Bullpen management by Freddie Gonzalez was excellent tonight. He was able to navigate his way through this Reds lineup twice because Minor went so deep, but Carpenter, Favaro, and Hale scoreless work in relief. And now he's got his closer with a 3-1 lead.
Another part of that at bat for Justin is that it could be that he was looking for a slider, because he took a fastball right there for strike one on the first pitch and then got a hanger.
Upton's home run distance measured at 414 feet. He's an MVP candidate, you know. And he just set his new career high for RBIs in a single month. That's his 23rd. Eclipsing it by one while he was with the Diamondbacks. Awesome.
I'll say. Fun to watch.
Three and 0 to Phil Gosselin. And a strike.
Fourth homer of the year allowed by Parra, and this is 46th game.
Late walks always hurt. And a 1-out pass. The take by Freeman. Now a walk to Gosselin. And Andrelton Simmons will step in for the Braves. Ryan Price is on his way out. Is that Price or Pico? It's
Pico.
Pico, pitching coach. Again, we told you the Reds bullpen has had all kinds of problems since the All-Star break. They're just running out of arms tonight. A moon scraper by Upton.
Boy, it was high and it was far, and I think it missed the it missed the exit, but it was in the second deck.
Three runs, 11 hits for the Braves. 1 run, 2 hits for Cincinnati. And with 2 outs, Andrelton Simmons hits. In the 12th, bottom half that is, Bruce, Ludwig, and Negron will be facing Craig Kimbrell. No answers for Brian Price. His Reds in jeopardy of dropping their 7th straight. Reds have dropped 6 in a row, 10 of 13 and 23 of 33. A shot towards second. Phillips will flip, and that will send this game to the bottom of the 12th inning. Justin Upton has hit his 25th home run. He has singled, he has tripled, he has homered. And Atlanta has broken through deep into extra innings. 3 outs to get. Craig Kimbrell's coming on for Atlanta. He'll try to win it for David Hale. And Atlanta tries to gain ground in 2 races tonight. Cincinnati won, bottom of the 12th inning. Atlanta trying to take the first two of this series. David Hale could win it. Parra could lose it. Kimbrel's trying to save it. We'll tell you about Craig's run in just a moment. First things first, tomorrow night it's game 3 of our series. Here are your Chevron probable starters. Irvin Santana has been pitching great ball for Atlanta. He's looking for his 14th victory. And Mike Leake will try to move to 10 and 11. Big Fox will have that game. Or Fox Sports 1, I beg your pardon, will have that game with Tom Brennan and Tom Verducci with the call. Joe and I will be back with you on Sunday afternoon to wrap up this series. That's the man of the hour tonight, and the man of the hour on the mound is Craig Kimbrel, who looks to exercise a few demons in this ballpark.
Absolutely he does, and he's had plenty of rest to get it done. He has not pitched since the 17th against Oakland at home when he earned his 37th save. So he should be rip-raring to go.
Jay Bruce will start things off. Kimbrel has pitched in a grand total of 3 games in this ballpark. He has saved 2 of them. He lost 1 of them, and that was the game where the Reds hit the back-to-back game-tying and game-ending homers here last year.
And I mean, they happen.
2 pitches, 3 pitches?
Yeah, maybe 2 pitches.
It looks awfully crisp and sharp so far tonight. Nothing in 2 for Jay Bruce. And a good rip. And it's back out of play. One, 2, 3, and no thrills would be just fine with me.
No kidding.
Close.
Yankees.
2-2. Must have sounded like a ball. It looked pretty good from up here.
A little wide.
Two and 2. There's the equalizer. Bruce is down on strikes. He is 8 for his last 60 here at home. Amazing. 1 out. Here's Ludwig. Ludwig's 0 for 4. Fouled straight back. Keep talking about the chance to gain ground in 2 races. Cardinals lost, Washington lost, so Atlanta's already gained a half game in both of those races.
Pending the outcome of this one.
Correct. Atlanta wins. They'll be 6 back in the East and a game back in the wild card. But it all starts with taking care of Atlanta's own business. Little pop behind first, foul ground near the tarp, and no chance for Freddie. Giants play the Nationals again tomorrow night and again Sunday. Washington's trying to chase down the Dodgers. Braves have 2 left with the Reds. Then we go to New York to play the Mets, who have had trouble scoring runs. So, look, if Atlanta can have a good road trip, they can go back home. They've got the Marlins and Phillies, and they hit the road again. This race in the East has not gotten so far out of sight that the Braves haven't lost sight of that.
Oh, no. And especially Freddie Gonzalez. He has a laser beam focused on the Nationals.
In the air to center. Bonifacio playing deeply, has it, and there's the second out. And especially the fact is Atlanta has 6 games head-to-head with Washington. Now, if you're 7 back, you've got to think about winning 4 or 5 of those games. But Washington has a very difficult schedule going in. They have to play Miami a lot. And with that Miami pitching staff and Giancarlo Stanton, anything can happen. We're not looking that far ahead yet. We're not out of August. Just gain a game tonight and get after it again tomorrow night. Negron, the final hope for the Reds. He is 0-for-3 with a walk.
If Negron can reach pitcher spot due up next, Schumacher is out on deck. Let's hope we don't see him.
He's also a pitcher, so you know he's an athlete. So
yes.
Last night, Schumacher pitched an inning in a blowout. Two balls and a strike.
Come on, Craig, no messing around.
The Reds will bring the tying run to the plate. A 2-out walk. And it will be Schumacher, and then Pena's on deck.
Two for 13 as a pinch hitter. He has 2 homers, but neither one came as a pinch hitter. In this ballpark, everybody's a home run hitter.
You bet. Braves do not hold Negron, and he will take second on defensive indifference. And Kimbrel having trouble throwing strikes. As a power pitcher, Craig is going to throw a lot of pitches. He generates a lot of strikeouts. In this kind of game, you'd love to see early contact and easy contact. But you don't want deep contact, for Schumacher could tie it. Strike one. 1 ball, 1 strike. Now he's a strike away. Schumacher was late on 97.
Quite a few Braves fans here.
Here's the 1-2. And that's your ball game. Atlanta has run the table on the Reds so far. Their 5th straight victory over Cincinnati. The Braves in 12 beat Cincinnati 3-1. They're now 6 games out of first in the division, and they're a game back in the wild card race. David Hale wins it, Manny Parra loses it, and Craig Kimbrell earns save number 38. This game started with a masterpiece by Mike Minor. Let's not forget his no-hit bid. That set the table as well. Justin Upton set him up and knocked him down. His 25th homer, the deciding blow in a 2-1 Atlanta win.